Monkey Island Radio.
For your pleasure.
Disc 1 of Beyond the Village Green. Introductions. Chapters 1, 2 and 3. Acknowledgements. It is the author's wish that all proceeds from the sales of this audiobook are to be donated to the Blind Society and to local charities. She would also like to thank the people who gave their free time and professional expertise to make this production possible. The author. Mabel Coppins was born and educated in the Berkshire village of Holyport. She is widowed, and for many years she looked after her blind sister. Her interests are gardening, animals, especially cats, making pressed flower cards, and village conservation. Mabel wrote this story in the early 80s, and the first edition was published in 1983. It was reprinted as a second edition in 1997 and as a third edition in 2007. This third edition includes photographs of the places Mabel talks about. Forward. Beyond the Village Green is the story of one woman's life in a Berkshire country village from the early days of her childhood through to womanhood in peace and war. It is the story of a woman born of humble parentage in a country cottage in the Great Depression which followed the Great War. It is a story of going to bed by candlelight, oil lamps and quaint shops, roaming the fields long since gone, looking for the most precious flowers. Chapel trips to the seaside in open-top solid-tired charabancs. Tales of life in service to which she was sent at the tender age of 14. At 18, Mabel Coppins was called up for war service and spent the rest of the Second World War working long hours on shift work, often at night, as enemy bombers droned overhead. Finally, the writer tells us of her discovery that village life as she had known it was gone. The village life of her childhood had been taken over by a new breed of people. Cottagers' homes had become valuable property, and the days of the cottager was fading fast, especially for having roots in the village stretching back over 100 years. Mabel now lives in a bungalow at the other end of the village. Introduction. There was a time not so many years ago when she could stand outside the back door of her country cottage on a summer's evening and listen to the beautiful song of the nightingale. Alas, not any more, and she fears it has gone forever. She firmly believes this is due to the devastation brought about by modern farming methods, which have ripped out hedgerows and cut down woodland copses, causing all manner of bird life to move their habitat much further afield, including that lovely songster of the summer evening, the nightingale. In the Berkshire village of Holyport there are many such people dedicated in their efforts to preserve a little of our heritage for future generations. Indeed, during the Queen's Silver Jubilee year of 1977, a young oak tree was planted on the corner of the village green by members of Holyport Women's Institute to celebrate that historic occasion. Incidentally, this young oak has its own little piece of history, for it's a direct descendant of the other oak tree which has graced the opposite corner of the village green for the best part of 100 years, having been planted, so we are told, by the villagers to celebrate Queen Victoria's Jubilee. It was then, I believe, that she first took stock of her village, which had been her home for nearly 60 years. Familiar landmarks were no longer visible. Nearly all the village shops of her childhood had gone. Even the centre of the village had marched away to the sprawling housing estates and beyond. There was no longer cricket on the village green because it was too dangerous. One of the pubs had closed and was now a private residence, and wherever she looked, something had gone or had been renovated into accommodation, like Touch and End Church. Even the old had been moved out of their lifetime cottage homes to make room for the new breed who had taken over the village, and had been made to settle in strange surroundings in the very twilight of their lives. Slowly but surely, her village had been moving towards change. Old values had gone, and new ones had taken their place. The village she loved is no longer a country village. It's neither town nor country, if you know what I mean. It's sort of half and half, with town folk trying to be more country folk than the locals themselves. Even as she writes, she is waiting to be moved from their little cottage to be housed in a council flat. After a lifetime in the country, they are, in the jargon of modern council thinking, flat material. For her sister Winnie, who has been blind these last 16 years, it will be a terrible wrench. But blindness and disability count for nothing in today's mad scramble for property, or the simple pleasure of a blind person to sit and move around in a garden she has known since she was a child. Her poor sister Winnie will miss the garden, with the birds singing so beautifully. She will miss the smell of the flowers, the lowing of the cattle from the field in the front, and a host of other familiar sounds that make up a blind person's day. But there will be compensations, the pleasure of a real bath, a flush toilet. Although many of the villagers may not know it, a little piece of history will be made when, with great reluctance, she leaves the cottage, as it will be the first time in 100 years that no succeeding generation of the Knight family will be living in Money Row Green. There are a few remaining families still in the village with longer connections than hers, but not many. I think I should mention here that although her married name is Coppins, her maiden name was Knight. Not, I don't suppose, for one moment that any future generations of Holyport will worry unduly about the passing of the Knight family, but perhaps, who knows? In the years to come, someone might like to read a little of what it was like in the days long gone, seen through the eyes not of some noted historian, but a humble country girl who lived and worked in the village for nearly 60 years. This is her story of Holyport, from her earliest childhood memories to almost the present day, 1983. Her book is simply a patchwork of happenings in war and peace, good times and bad, as seen through the eyes of one woman about the village she loves.
Chapter 1. My story begins way back in the middle of the last century, for that is when my grandparents, who bore the name of Cripps, moved out of the tiny country cottage where I live to this day to let our grandparent Knight move in. Little did they know that at some future date the eldest son of the Knight family would marry the youngest daughter of the Cripps family and raise 3 children. The cottage in those far-off days had the most wonderful name of 4 Snuffers Row. Now, I'm not quite sure how that came about, except for the story my mother would often relate. She said that many, many years ago the cottages were actually owned by a man who was a candlemaker by trade, hence the name Snuffers Row. As other people have over the years mentioned this to me, I feel there must be a certain amount of truth in the story. True or false? I really have no idea. I was actually born in the cottage on the 19th of December 1920, and as I grew up in its damp, austere surroundings, I made my first great discovery. We were very poor indeed. My father was a scaffolder in the building trade, and in common with most working-class people of the time, he was very poorly paid. Now, a scaffolder in the 20s was required to lash heavy wooden poles together with ropes or steel ties to form a working scaffold for the other trades. So I think you will agree it was a very responsible job indeed. For one bad tie on my father's part, and the whole thing would come tumbling down, possibly with loss of life. Perhaps that is why, for the whole of his life, he was a drinking man. It took his mind off the awesome power of life and death which he held in his hands. In the 20s, as indeed the 30s, unemployment was rife among the building trades, and my father would ride many a long mile on his bike looking for work, even ranging as far as Aldershot, a round trip of some 40 miles. But for all that, poor father spent more time on the dole than he did in work, and by now he had 3 young mouths to feed, for Winnie, my younger sister, had arrived, to be followed by our young brother Ron. Social security benefits were a dream of the future in those days. If you produced children, you looked after them by the sweat of your brow. No work, no food. This meant that Mother, who'd never enjoyed the best of health, just had to go out to work in the big houses of the village, scrubbing floors for a few pence. The work was back-breaking and the hours sometimes long, but quite often the lady of the house would sort out a few cast-off clothes which Mother was more than grateful to receive, for they were mostly lovely things of the very best quality, far exceeding anything poor Mother could ever hope to buy. The cottage then, as it does today, consisted of a mere 4 rooms, with a narrow, winding stairway connecting the ground and upper floors. In my childhood days, these rooms would be lit either by ornate oil lamps or candles. Oil lamps, as we all know, have become much sought-after collector's items, but few of today's housewives, I fear, would have found them very pleasant to use in the way they were originally intended. And what about going to bed with a candle? Good heavens! Today's mums would have kittens if they thought their children were wandering about the house with naked lights. But in my childhood days no one seemed to worry. In fact, it was considered the most natural thing in the world. You see, you grew up to respect flame at a very early age, all rue the day. Coal and log fires heated the downstairs rooms, as indeed they do today. The old original fireplace with an oven on the side, which graces our tiny front room, is much admired by those who visit us. And I feel sure that when we are finally moved from our little cottage, this lovely old fireplace will be sold for a very handsome price indeed. For it must surely be, although far from being in mint condition, a collector's item. You know, there is something truly magic about a roaring coal and log fire, with its long flickering flames reflected in the many pieces of brasswork, which in our cottage at least are arrayed to the best possible advantage on all 4 walls, and among which, on a cold winter's night, visitors to our humble dwelling seem to get caught up and are reluctant to tear themselves away. But on the morrow, and in the cold light of day, the remains of the fire have to be raked out, and a goodly pile of ashes deposited in the outside bin. There is no magic in this chore, just a filthy, soul-destroying job which has to be done before you ever think of starting any other cleaning work. Then you think to yourself, is it all worthwhile? But in the evening, when the flickering flames once again cast their hypnotic spell over you, you know that it is. In keeping with most country cottages of the period, our cottage has the coal cellar under the stairs. This presented all sorts of problems to any self-respecting housewife, for it meant that the coalman delivering his goods had to come in through the front door, across your best carpet, before depositing his sack of coal in the darkness below the stairs. When he had gone, the job of cleaning up the bits of coal and the trail of thick, damp coal dust would begin before unthinking, childish minds trod it all over the rest of the house. Later on, of course, these glory holes, as they were sometimes called, were converted into larders or storage cupboards by the cottagers themselves, and the messy black coal relegated to one corner of the lean-to shed, which, almost without exception, seemed to cling to the side of any country cottage built before the turn of the century. In my early childhood, bath night was in fact held in the lean-to shed in a tin bath, with hot water boiled up in the copper. Then, having cleansed ourselves to Mother's satisfaction, and with some kind of towel wrapped round us, we would charge back into the house before the goose-pimples started to rise. I suppose, in a way, the old lean-to shed was the forerunner of the modern bathroom extension, which the modern cottager today can tack on the side of his house with the aid of a liberal council grant. For if the copper in which all the family wash was done stood in one corner, you'd almost certainly find the privy in the other, or as we young children called it, the throne. I suppose in a way it was a bit regal, being a well-scrubbed high wooden box with a hole cut in the top. In fact, in my memory, a little too large for comfort for a wee child's rear end, thus giving the awful feeling that slowly and surely you will slide into the receptacle beneath. A fearful experience for a young child, especially at night by the light of a candle and no one within hailing distance. No, life in the cottages around Holyport in my tender years and beyond was a very Spartan existence indeed, with none of the creature comforts that most people enjoy today. You know, I don't think for one moment that we have suffered, either mentally or physically, from the harsh environment we were brought up in. If anything, it has made us much more aware of life around us and the wonderful laws of nature which govern all things. As I grew older, I began to notice many things which would shape my thoughts and have a profound influence on me far beyond my childhood days. The cats and chickens which roamed at will in our small well-stocked garden, the flowers and the trees which grew in the fields around the cottage, the birds that nested in the hedgerows, and the insects which had their home in the long grass, the ducks and geese who thought they alone owned the village green, and with flapping wings and neck out straight chased any intruders, hissing their defiance to anyone who thought otherwise, the tiny village shops dotted around the perimeter of the green, especially Mr. Norgrove's. Now, I must say, going into Mr. Norgrove's shop was like entering some kind of Aladdin's cave, for even in the strong light of a summer's day, it was the devil of a job to see what you were doing. Everything was so, well, higgledy-piggledy. He was quite a tall old gentleman and always wore a long, spotless white apron. The counter was of wood and so well scrubbed over the years that it appeared almost white. His supply of sugar and tea he kept in large sacks behind the counter, and weighed out each order with extreme care before placing it in a suitably sized blue paper bag and tying it up with string. It was a job he never hurried over, even if the shop was full of people. He was the kind of man who expected you to wait your turn with the utmost patience. And of course, being country folk born in a more tranquil age, the villagers did just that. All shapes and sizes of jars of sweets lined the shelves behind the counter, reaching almost to the ceiling, each jar marked with a label written in his own hand. The sweets in the window Mr. Norgrove never covered up, even in the heat of the summer, and they were the happy hunting ground of wasps and jumbo-sized bluebottles. And the strange thing was that no one bothered too much about them, least of all the local health authorities. The children bought them, ate them, and that was that. The same with his iced and currant buns, for Mr. Norgrove was not only the grocer but the village baker as well, and the amount of wasps and bluebottles marching over these had to be seen to be believed. And there were those in the village at the time who considered they added a little to the taste, and wouldn't even consider buying them anywhere else. Mr. Norgrove's wife was a fantastic cake maker, turning out the most wonderful wedding and Christmas cakes. She also made the best chocolate cake in the village, which was always decorated with mauve violets. And that's not the end of it, for not only did the good lady make cakes, she also ran a small drapery business as well. This was on the other side of the shop, where, amongst other things, she sold coloured towels, tea towels, bath towels, needles and cotton and thread. I suppose you might say she stocked most things a village housewife of that period might require. The trouble was to find it, for everything was so jumbled up in an untidy mess, rather like a jumble sale, so it was a job to lay your hands on exactly the right thing you wanted. Well, not right away. It all took time, and Holyport had plenty of that in the middle 20s. My mother always told us that if any new babies were born in the village, Mr. Norgrove always had to be told. Then he in turn could tell the visiting registrar who called at the shop once a week. Of course, the population of Holyport must have been very small in those days, so I suppose the system worked quite well, and it did save many a hard-up family a trip into Maidenhead just to register the birth of a new child. Mr. Norgrove was in every way a religious man, and even though he was in the twilight of his years, he could still be seen every Sunday afternoon walking briskly along the Touchen End Road on his way to the Trinity Church at Touchen End, his back as straight as a gun barrel. Mr. Norgrove played the organ at the church, which I regret to say is no longer with us, having in recent years been sold and converted into 3 private dwellings. But in those far-off days of which I am now talking, it was the very popular second church in the parish of Bray, and there for many happy years my sister and I, and for a short time my brother, sang in the choir. In the evening the old gentleman would be on the road again, this time heading for Bray, where he would once again be playing the organ at Jesus Hospital for the evensong. With the service over, Mr. Norgrove would then walk back to Holyport. This dedicated practice went on for many a long year, in rain, wind, sun, and snow. But towards the end of his long life, his poor old hands got so cold that it affected his playing. Then, with great forethought, some kindly person in the congregation would produce a hot water bottle to warm his hands on. Yes, truly one of the great characters of our village. The village post office has changed hands many times, even in my lifetime, but I remember with pleasure one tiny, wonderful old lady who managed it for many, many years, indeed until she was a very great age, Mrs. Thomas. Her husband Jim, like John Norgrove, was another well-beloved character, who for the best part of his long life ran a plumbing and bike repair business in a garage alongside the post office. In this he was aided and abetted by one Charlie Bolt, undoubtedly Holyport's most illustrious poet. A few words from one of Charles's most notable works springs to mind. 12 of us Bolts used to play cricket. We could all bat, bowl, and keep wicket. Sadly, the old chap didn't find any lasting fame, except once. It happened, I remember, one night quite a few years ago when that great radio celebrity Wilfred Pickles brought his famous Have a Go to the village hall in Moneyrow Green, and Charles was chosen, with other local people, to appear on it. This was Charles Bolt's finest hour. He was allowed to recite a small piece of his work. Like John Norgrove, Mrs. Thomas sold a wide variety of sweets in her shop. Gobstoppers and aniseed balls were among the most popular, I remember, but there were other mouth-watering sticky concoctions to satisfy the most outlandish childish whim. We always bought our boat race colours at Mrs. Thomas's, which we wore proudly many days before the actual race, and woe betide anyone who changed colours before the day. These colours resembled very much the rosettes worn by our present-day football supporters, but they had crossed oars on them. Or you could carry a celluloid doll, a very small one, of course, in either the light blue of Cambridge or the dark blue of Oxford. I always carried an Oxford favour, even though, if I remember rightly, they nearly always lost. But I remained loyal to them, as indeed I do to this very day. Mr. and Mrs. Ranger kept the George, and also ran the butcher's shop, which was housed in the lean-to attached to the side of the pub. Everyone knew Mr. Ranger as Bob and his wife as Edie, and mostly everyone in the village had a ticket in Bob's Grand Christmas Draw. Mrs. Ranger was a very stout lady indeed, and was undoubtedly the brains behind the business. In fact, she did all the bookwork, while Bob did the cutting up. It was a very good relationship, even if Edie did appear at times to be giving poor old Bob a dog's life. One thing I could never fathom out as a child was how such a stout person like Mrs. Ranger managed to wedge herself behind her tiny desk in such a small alcove, and why she always stood up. I suppose it's true to say that Bob Ranger was as near to the classic Pickwickian figure as it is possible to get in modern times, for he always wore cord trousers and knee-length black or, on the odd occasion, brown, polished gaiters, which together with his red face and grey hair made him an almost perfect Mr. Pickwick. Mr. Mole also kept a small shop at the end of Pamela Row, but like so many other things it was turned into a private house many years ago. Yet another shop, which was also a flourishing butcher's but also gone, was situated directly opposite the rear entrance to the lodge on the Ascot Road. Chapter 2. To us country children, wandering the fields was our favourite pastime. Just a gang of boys and girls setting out for what could be a whole day, roaming at will among the fields and woods far beyond the village. Mother always scraped together some food for us, and never seemed to be unduly worried about us. It couldn't happen today, but then everyone knew each other, and a stranger wandering abroad in Holyport was a rare sight, so the chances of being molested by anyone like the sick characters who prey on our children today were very remote indeed. We would go up the lanes primrosing, hunting for wild flowers, bird nesting, and even snake killing. From these activities I must say I always contrived to be missing, but I think my sister rather enjoyed them. There was a lovely gorse cover near Skippet's Copse, and to reach it you had to go up Blackbird Lane. The gorse bushes always seemed to be in yellow flower, and attracted a wide variety of butterflies and birds. Rabbits scuttled about everywhere at the sound of humans coming, and with good reason. Rabbit pie, the prize of snares and crafty poaching, was the staple diet of many a village family. My father, I can reveal, was not averse to a little bit of moonlighting in the area of Skippet's Copse, but we knew better than to inquire too much about it. We knew exactly where the foxes had their earths, which wasn't really very clever, for all you had to do was sniff the air, and if a fox had his earth nearby, you'd soon pick up a most disgusting smell, which always led you to Reynard's home. As we wandered, we would cross over the stream called the Cut, which meandered down through the fields from I'm not quite sure where, but I fancy it must have been over Ascot way. On reflection, it's amazing that during all those years of wandering the fields, we never did find the source of the Cut. Anyway, to cross over the Cut, hunting bridges were built, and as the name suggests, they were built for the hunting fraternity who chased the foxes and the stags in the area. They had a gate at each end which was often locked, being opened only on hunting days. Another favourite spot was the sheep-dipping place close to Blackbird Cottage, and a stone's throw from the drift road. It was a sort of stone basin in the middle of the stream. The sheep were driven in one end through a bath of strong disinfectant, which my father told us was to protect the poor animals against the maggots which used to infest the skin, and against some kind of foot rot peculiar to sheep. My grandfather, had he been alive in those days, could have given us an expert answer, for he was quite a hand at doing this job. He lived at Mount Skippet's farm, which in those times was a tall red-brick house standing on the hill. It was here that my mother was born in the year 1889. Colonel Van de Veer, who lived at New Lodge, owned Skippet's farm in my grandfather's time. Alas, the fine old house has long since gone, slowly deteriorating over the years, and now only a bungalow stands on Mount Skippets. The copse, too, has been cleared, with just a windbreak of trees around its outer perimeter. This copse, in my young days, was one of the few places where we didn't go. Mind you, we were tempted, but the thought of old Mead, the gamekeeper, sitting in there waiting for us soon brought us back to reality. We were absolutely terrified of him, and fled in terror if we ever got so much as a glimpse of him. Fox hunting was great fun for the children of the village, and we ourselves would run miles on foot, taking all the shortcuts, since we knew which way the crafty old fox was heading. Opening gates for the mounted gentry would sometimes bring in a few coppers, but more often than not we'd just get a cursory, "Thank you." The cheekiest of us would then say, "My thank you bag's full, sir," and probably get something for his cheek. One day we were standing on a dead tree at the top of the 60 acres near the copse, watching the hunt approaching. Suddenly my sister and I were amazed, for we were surrounded by baying foxhounds as they played ring-a-roses round us. "Come on, you children," said one of the red-coated huntsmen riding. "Get off that log. The damn fox is in there." Winnie and I looked at each other and then pointed towards New Lodge. "I think he went that way, sir," I said. It was a downright lie, of course, but the thought of the hounds dragging the poor fox to bits in front of our eyes was too much. The huntsman gave me a funny, suspicious look, called the hounds off, and everyone beetled off in the direction of New Lodge. Without bothering to look, Winnie and I headed for home as quickly as our little legs would carry us, hoping that if the fox was in the hollow tree, he'd get away before the huntsman realised we'd sent him on a wild goose chase, and vowing not to go near the hunt for a little while, lest the huntsman should recognise us, and not to tell our father either. One of my most vivid memories of hunting is of a poor stag being brought to the long meadow. This meadow is still there today, but in no way resembles what it was. It is in fact the field near the bridge over the cut down the hill near the Wheel of Fortune, which incidentally was called the Jolly Gardener until well after the Second World War. My father helped build it, and the story he told us many years later was that the reason it was built was that the railway was to be extended from Twyford to Windsor. It never materialised, however. Neither did the pub trade the brewers hoped to amass from the new rail link. I have also been told that the public house, until the Jolly Gardener was built, was the very attractive old cottage next door which stands there to this very day. But in my youth it was at the Jolly Gardener that the hunt used to meet and partake of the stirrup cup before moving off to hunt the fox or chase the poor unfortunate stag. It was brought to the long meadow in a funny little black van pulled by a horse. After being let out, the stag was chased by a man on horseback, who made sure the poor frightened creature was well on its way before the hounds and huntsmen set out after it. I don't think the stag was ever killed. At least, Dad said it never was. It just ran and ran until it was utterly exhausted, put back in the cart, rested, and hunted again another day. Looking back over the years, it all seems so terribly cruel, but as very young children we didn't realise. Hunting of any sort seems to have gone from Holyport. How nice it was to see the meet on Holyport Green, the huntsmen in their red tunics, the nobility astride their magnificent horses, and of course the hounds who led the whole array off the green, tails quivering, bolt upright with excitement. Then came the unforgettable sound of the English hunting horn. Following behind came half the village on a motley collection of old bikes, intent on following the hunt over hill and dale, partly for the fun of it, but mostly to try to raise a few coppers to supplement the meagre dole money, for it was the time of much unemployment. Chapter 3. At the age of 4.5, I started school at Touch and End, a Church of England school. I really shouldn't have gone until I was 5, but I'd seen the other village girls going and wanted to go too. In fact, I worried my mother so much that she went to see the headmistress, Mrs. Darlington, to see if I might go earlier, and she agreed. But on the first day, I remember, I cried the whole time. Now, in order to get to school, we had to walk, which raised a problem, for being much smaller than most of the others, I found it very difficult to keep up, and how my poor little legs ached. Soon after that, I was joined by my sister and young brother. But Ron stayed only until he was 7, before being transferred to the boys' school at Holyport. Touch and End was always a girls' school. I can recall quite clearly having a May Queen. She was crowned in the playground on a high chair and had a sort of wand with flowers tied to the top. My mother supplied the flowers for the wand one year using some white star flowers picked from the garden, which she tied together with a blue ribbon. That same plant still blooms in the garden today and in great profusion. I think the flowers are called Star of Bethlehem. One of the great days at our school was Empire Day, when under the eagle eye of the headmistress we were required to march smartly round the playground until we came to the flagpole with the Union Jack flying at the top. As each child passed, he would look up proudly at the flag and salute. Afterwards we were all given an apple, an orange, and a banana, donated by a very generous old gentleman called Mr. West Neve. He always brought the fruit to the school in his very smart car, driven by an equally smart chauffeur, complete with livery. You see, we lived in the time of the great British Empire, and we were never allowed to forget it, and the produce they supplied to the mother country, hence the apple, orange, and banana. This same wonderful old gentleman, who lived on the fishery estate at Bray, may have been behind the marvellous party we had every year at an hotel in Bray called the Hôtel de Paris. It was one of the great riverside hotels of the 30s, where anybody who was anybody danced the night away. Alas, like many other fine buildings in that area, it was pulled down soon after the last war, and a block of modern flats was built in its place. I remember before the party, we all had to write a little note saying what we would like for a present. I said I wanted a tea set. Another girl wanted a money box. Well, after the most wonderful party of lemonade, cake and ice cream, we were given our presents. And do you know, everyone got what they asked for. And the girl who got the money box had another surprise. It was full of money. I guess in these modern times we'd have said, "Didn't she do well?" At the time of this party, I must have been about 5 years old, and I was told that my father would be waiting to collect me off the bus when the party ended and we went home. When the bus came to the hotel, we all piled aboard, and for some reason best known to my little old self, I sat right at the back clutching my new tea set. Now, I remember being on that bus for a very long time, rattling on through the darkness and stopping now and again to let children off, until peering over the seat, I could see that I was alone in the bus. Then the bright lights of the hotel suddenly appeared, and we were back where we started, and another batch of pushing, excited children got on. I wasn't a bit frightened. My dad said he was fetching me off the bus, and that was good enough. Once more we set off into the darkness, stopping as we did before to let small groups of children off en route. Then at one of the stops I heard my father's voice saying to the driver, "Have you got my little girl on here?" I've no idea who the driver was, but he replied, "Good heavens, I wondered who she was. I've been taking her backwards and forwards, and all she'd say was, I mustn't get off till my dad comes." Well, it appears my father was almost having a fit, wondering what the devil had happened to me, and he had begun to fear the worst when every bus trundled off and his young freckle-faced daughter didn't get off. The truth was, of course, that I was so small and so quiet in the back seat that he hadn't seen me. On Ascension Day, school lessons would be left, and we would file through the iron gate which divided the church from the school, and then on into the church itself for a short service. There, I remember, we always sang that joyous hymn, "Hail the day that sees him rise." At the end of the service, we all filed back through the iron gate, were dismissed by the headmistress, and were allowed to go home for the rest of the day. In the dinner hour, or sometimes at lunchtime, some of the bigger girls would ask permission to go to the village shop in Paley Street, which was run by two middle-aged ladies, who I think were called Greenaway. They sold various sorts of sweets and lemonade. Not all the girls were allowed this privilege, only the chosen few. School meals were unheard of in those days, so everyone had to take sandwiches. The very poor of the parish would probably bring dripping or jam sandwiches, or even bread and butter coated with sugar. We certainly didn't live off the fat of the land, and meat in the sandwich was practically unheard of. But we did drink Horlicks in the winter to keep us warm. We paid for it. Another thing that was nice was the length of material given to each girl for a dress, and the girls had the rare privilege of choosing their own material. My sister and I always chose the same colour, which came from Webber's of Maidenhead, probably the best-known store in the town at that time, and we often came out with a little extra piece of material. Mother always had our dresses made up by one of her friends, and we never, ever wore them to school until they'd done a turn as our Sunday best. We went to school in white pinafores and black boots. It sounds horrible in this day and age, and we always envied the lucky girl who never wore boots and pinafore, for it meant that her parents were just that much better off than our parents. We always had tremendous fun doing our little impromptu concerts in front of our parents. I can remember so well being in a play depicting the months of the year. My sister represented January, being dressed as snow, frost and ice, the entire dress being made up of white crepe paper and tinsel. I was a very good September, and dressed as a hazelnut in green and brown, with a funny little hat on my head with stalks sticking out. Coal fires were the order of the day in all the classrooms, and always had metal latticed guards in front. These unsightly contraptions, more often than not, kept the heat away from the classroom, and I'm sure they weren't there to protect us village girls from burning coals as much as the precious well-scrubbed classroom floor. One of my most precious memories is of winning a book at school, mainly because I didn't think I'd come in the first 3, so to win it was, well, beyond my wildest dreams. It was, I remember, an examination on the Scriptures by the local vicar. My first question was, why do they often collect alms in a church with a bag instead of a plate? Well, I must confess I really didn't know, and said the first thing that came into my young, not too clear mind. "Oh, so that other people can't see what you're putting in, sir," I replied. Of course, it had to be wrong, and I felt so awful about it that I couldn't look the reverend gentleman in the face. There was a long pause, a very long pause. Then he spoke. "Yes," he said, "that's right, good girl." And so, hardly daring to breathe, I waited for the second and last question. It came. "What is often written above the chancel in a church?" I feel now that I must have let out a great sigh of relief, for I had seen it many times above the chancel of the church next door. "My house shall be called the house of prayer, sir." It was right, and that was how I won my treasured book. I remember running all the way home from school to tell Mum, and by the look on her face she was pretty proud of me. I never did manage to win the major scripture prize, though. It was called the Bishop's Prize and took the form of the most beautiful Bible. To win this most coveted award, you had to write the best essay on the Scriptures. It was held every year, but open only to the girls in the big room and in the higher standards, that is to say, those on the point of leaving school. The two runners-up each received a certificate of merit. I gained one of these awards before I left school, but I would so much have liked to have won the Bishop's Prize. One day a lady knocked on the classroom door and said an airship was passing overhead. She was very excited and asked the headmistress that we might be allowed to see it, because to see an airship passing over or even near the village was a very rare sight indeed. The headmistress agreed, and out we trooped, chattering like excited monkeys. And there it was, this great silver sausage-shaped thing, moving across the sky in the direction of Sheepcote Lane. We couldn't actually see the number on it, but later we were told it was the R101. Education in the village schools in those far-off days was very sparse indeed, and Touch and End School was no exception. It was, by the way, built as a mixed parochial school in 1862, and records tell us that by 1892 it had been enlarged to take 150 children. Holyport School was built even earlier in 1848 and was twice enlarged by a Mr. John Hibbert to house 140 boys and infants. Braywick School, which alone of the village schools survives today, has an even longer history, having been built in 1454. As I have said, the educational system was not as it is today. It was just a matter of learning the basics, arithmetic, reading and writing, plus of course history and geography. We also did knitting and sewing. The many things our children enjoy at school today, in my day, belonged in the future, like cookery classes, swimming, and any form of organised games under a games master or mistress. In the playground, most of the girls did their own thing, like playing with coloured tops, hoops and skipping ropes. But I do have a vague memory at the back of my mind of a yearly, not too well organised, inter-school sports meeting. I think it was held at Wargrave or some such place. I think perhaps the reason why I remember this is that our school, Touch and End, always came last. Living fairly close to Ascot was an added bonus for the school children of the area. We always got an extra week's holiday when the Royal Ascot Race Meeting was held. The reason being that the school authorities, in all their wisdom, thought it was much too dangerous for school children to be walking the roads with all the traffic about. When you think of today's traffic tearing through the village, it was quite absurd. But then I suppose you do not see many children walking to school these days. Most are brought and collected from school by car. As I have said, everyone walked to school in my days, except for a few very rich that were able to run a car.
End of Disc 1. Disc 2 of Beyond the Village Green, Chapters 4, 5, 6 and 7.
Chapter 4. We always trooped off to school in a gang, collecting more and more on the way, the older girls always looking after the young ones. We came home the same way. Nearly always on the way home we'd meet the boys from Holyport school coming the other way, and in lots of cases we contrived to make sure we did meet them for a little cheeky banter and tears when the hair-pulling got beyond a joke. Do you know that some of those boys walked from Drift Road in all weathers? They had to, or the old school inspector would want to know the reason why. In the summer, after school, we'd take the tea up to the haymakers in the fields. It was always neatly packed in a big wicker basket and covered with clean white cloth. Old George, who lived next door, always carried a bottle of cold tea with him when he left home in the morning, so it must have been dead cold by the time he drank it. Old George was a funny old stick and a real countryman. He had a woodyard which ran up the side of our house, or rather up the side of our garden, and an old horse and cart which he would load up with bavins, a kind of firewood, which he sold to the bakeries. There were pea sticks and bean rods for the gardeners and kindling wood for cottage fires. In the holidays we would go to the shed up the yard and help him make pimps, which were bundles of firewood tied up with tarred string. It was all done on a special machine operated by a small petrol engine. The idea was that you had to fill a sort of metal clamp with sticks of wood, about 6 to 9 inches long, then put your foot down hard on a foot pedal which clamped the wood up tight, and then tie it firmly with the string. After we got the hang of it, we became quite expert, and every minute we could spare we'd be giving old George a hand. The horses old George had were ex-army and had seen service in France during the First World War. They were very nervous, and one, old Bob, was scared to death of thunder. Old George reckoned it reminded him of the guns and shell fire in France. If he was out on the road with him and a thunderstorm blew up, old George would have to seek cover and put a sack over old Bob's head. If he was at home when it thundered, he would get up, go to the stable, and sit by him until the storm had passed. Even in the middle of the night he'd do this. When old Bob died many years later, old George was so upset that he couldn't go to work at the farm for at least a couple of days, and he never got himself another horse. Another thing we had to do after school was to go to Gadbridge Farm and fetch the milk, and my sister and I would say or do almost anything to get out of going. We'd say things like, "Oh, Mum, it's much too hot," or, "But Mum, there's no shade up there." In the winter, "Oh, Mum, it's too cold," and so the excuses went on. But the truth was that we were both terrified of the geese that wandered round the farm and even on the road outside. When the old gander saw us coming, he'd spread out his wings and move forward, gathering speed all the time. Out would come his long neck until it was almost straight, hissing away at us, and followed by at least 20 more. It was almost as if they objected to our going to the farm for milk. One day we did turn and run, and they chased us all the way home. We were panic-stricken, I can tell you, to hear their great wings flapping behind us and getting nearer. As we tumbled through the front door, minus milk, and gasping that Nobby Hamilton's geese had nearly got us, Mother said it was ridiculous, and if the geese had chased us, we must have done something to them, and to prove it was just a figment of our imagination, she went off and collected the milk herself. Another thing that put me off going to the farm was the ferrets which were kept in hutches by the back door. They used to bring a shiver to my spine every time I saw them. Horrible, nasty creatures they were, with long, narrow bodies, always hanging on the wire of the hutch with wicked-looking claws. The milk was always warm, having come straight from the cow. We'd watch it come trickling down through the cooler. When things became much more hygienic, this practice was stopped, and all milk from the farms had to be sent away for pasteurisation. Many people in the village must remember Good's Dairy in Moneyrow Green. Well, I can remember Mr. Good bringing the milk round Holyport on a sort of trolley, and everyone would go out with his own jug to be served, which today would have the local health inspector breathing down his neck. But this was over 50 years ago, and it was the recognised way of delivering milk. The dairy itself was supplied with milk from the outlying farms in the area, and one could actually tell the time of day by the steady stream of little carts loaded with milk churns which converged on Holyport Dairy in the late afternoon. All was fresh from the cow. We knew most of the drivers and horses by name, and my own particular favourite was a lovely little white pony called Meg, who did the trip down from Fifield every day. We loved horses then as much as we do now, so whenever the brewer's drays came to the Jolly Gardener, previously the Wheel of Fortune, to deliver the beer, we'd always be there to watch. These beautiful, well-turned-out horses came all the way from Reading and must have done a round trip of many miles before they got home again. And just imagine what the drivers had to do. Before they went home, they had to feed and groom the horses. There was no driving the van into the yard and buzzing off home. I think in those days it must have been a labour of love working with those wonderful animals, and time was not very important. Everything happened in its own good time. In those days we had another man travelling up from Reading. His name was Teddy Kendall, and he sold fish from a sort of light horse and cart. But in the latter part of his life he managed to acquire an old van. I think most people today would be appalled to see fish hawked around the village with only a few bits of broken ice laid over it. Another man who lived at Touchen End also set up as a fishmonger, pushing the stuff around the village in an old pram, and by all accounts he did a lively trade amongst the underprivileged of Holyport. Yes, our village has always had its characters from the earliest of times, but I'm afraid I can only mention those I can personally remember. The first two who come to mind are the odd couple who slept in the pigsties in the orchard next door to us. Today, 2 beautiful houses stand on the spot, but in the days of my 2 characters it was a small orchard with some rather broken-down pigsties. One was called Irish Jimmy and the other Taffy. Both were given a Sunday dinner by my mother. I don't really know how she managed it, with father on the dole half his time. Then there was old J.C. Flitter, who used to come around selling shoelaces and matches. He lived actually in St. Mark's Hospital in Maidenhead, which was then the workhouse, but was allowed out to earn a few coppers. My mother often said he chose the Holyport area to hawk his wares because in his young days he'd lived in Moneyrow Green. But on the death of his parents he was sent to the workhouse. So coming to Holyport was really like coming home, as he knew all the people. Well, that is as may be, and I suppose he was quite harmless. But to me, a young girl, he was a most frightening spectacle. He had large, saucer-like eyes, which were forever red and watery. I can still see his face when he told us children, "When I die, I'm coming back here as a dog." This worried me greatly, especially as one day a few years later I was bitten by a dog on the village green for no apparent reason. Cockney Bill was another character who roamed from one pub to another. He was a very small, swarthy character, somewhere in middle age. He rode a funny old drop-handled bike and was always singing at the top of his voice, never more so than when he was homeward bound from the pub and usually following a very erratic course. Cockney Bill never did much work, but was somehow never short of beer money. We used to chant a little ditty whenever he rode by. Cockney Bill, never worked and never will. He met a rather sad end when he was knocked off his bike and killed near the hind's head at Touch and End. Billy Sale lived for many years in a small wooden bungalow hidden in the trees on the land behind the village pond which ran down to the Belgian Arms. He was a harmless, middle-aged eccentric in those days who firmly believed he had sailed with Lord Nelson, and he was given to telling the most fantastic yarns about his life at sea. One particular story he would tell was of pushing the loose women of Portsmouth off the jetty with a boat hook, which caused, so I'm told, many a ripple of laughter in the George, where he was very much a figure of fun. After his death, the property remained empty for many years. Then, last year, a beautiful house rose from where Billy Sale's bungalow once stood, and it blends so well that it is difficult to believe it hasn't been there the whole time. The bridge over the Cut, down the road from the Wheel of Fortune, was the sleeping place of a man who made periodical visits to Holyport. We would often creep down, especially in the summer months, to see if he was in residence. Then we would run back home and tell Mother, because we knew he would soon be knocking on the door with his old black billy can in his hand, asking for some water and a piece of bread. We nicknamed him the Wild Man of Borneo because of his wild, long black hair. Then, one year, we didn't find him, and we never saw him again. So he must have either moved to new feeding grounds or died of exposure in the winter. Cocky Robinson was a hard-working, funny old man who always wore a battered, grubby bowler hat. He lived just down the road from us opposite Good's Dairy, in what I believe was then called Fern Cottage, as it is today. He sold corn, meal and pig food, and kept large numbers of grunting pigs in sties near the house. It was here that many of the cottagers in Moneyrow Green got their corn for the chickens, which everyone seemed to have in those hard-struggling mid-30s. And here we used to sell sacks of acorns for a few coppers, for the old chap needed them to feed his hungry family of porkers. He also had a fair-sized market garden, which extended to Ivy Terrace one way, now the entrance to a cul-de-sac of modern dwellings, and Moneyrow House on the other, and backed onto an open field known to all and sundry as the cornfield. Perhaps corn had been grown there in earlier times, but certainly not in our day. It was just a plain grassy field with a row of fir trees lining one edge, the edge which overlooked Cocky Robinson's garden. We spent hours climbing these trees or keeping watch, whilst the boys crept in among the old fellow's gooseberry bushes and did some scrumping. In modern terms, Cocky's gooseberries could be called king-size, as they were so big, and scrumping fruit, whether it was apples or pears, tasted much better than stuff boughten at the local shops, which I am sure had something to do with the thrill of getting away with it. Among the pleasanter characters were the two Miss Sharps, who lived in Holyport Street. These tiny old ladies always dressed in black and did private laundry work around the village, which they collected and returned in a sort of pram with a large wicker basket on top. It was funny to see them trundling this contraption around the green, for the handles were higher than they were. I think these two tiny people must have fascinated me, for one day in Mr. Norgrove's shop, after walking round and round them for a few moments, I suddenly said in a rather loud voice, "Mum, won't they ever grow up?" Well, you can imagine how poor Mother felt, for well-brought-up girls would never dream of saying such an unkind thing, well, not in a village shop full of people. So I really deserved the not too heavy smack my mother was forced to inflict on me, for by and large she was a wonderful mother and a kindly person, and not given to many bouts of violence towards us children. Now father was a different proposition. Not a violent person by any manner of means, but he did keep us in order with a very tight rein indeed, aided by the threat of taking off his belt with the cruel brass buckle on it. It was a warning my sister, my brother, and myself always heeded, for to carry on being cheeky beyond that point would always bring the worst out in father, especially if he'd been drinking up the Jolly Gardener. And if you went to school with a bruise or two on your person, it went unnoticed by your school-teacher. Unless, of course, it was a clear-cut case of ill-treatment, then he would act. By and large, a bruise or two were among the hazards of country life, and even the school-teacher had the privilege of giving you a good cuff under the ear if the urge took him, and the cane. Well, most children suffered a few swift strokes of the cane on some tender part of the anatomy during their school life. Of course it's forbidden today, and any teacher who tried to hit or cane a child at school today would certainly find himself in deep trouble with the educational authorities. Another character who springs to mind from the mists of time is a Mr. Rivers. He trundled round the village on a funny old three-wheeled trike, selling sausage rolls, pork pies, and cakes, which by all accounts were of the highest quality, but rather beyond the reach of the cottagers. It would be rather funny to see these box trikes being trundled around today, but in my childhood during the late 20s and early 30s, few people owned a car, let alone a goods van, so really it was the only way a small trader could convey his goods about cheaply. Pullers of Perth, probably one of the earliest dry cleaning firms in Maidenhead, used them. In fact, we would often see one beetling down Holyport Street with Jack Hilsden at the controls, homeward bound for lunch, resplendent in peaked cap, heavy bottle-green uniform and highly polished black gaiters. Wall's Ice Cream used many such trikes for peddling their ice cream, as did Good's Dairy, who for a short while made ice cream at the dairy in Moneyrow Green. Chapter 5. Sport seems to have played a very important part in the life of Holyport, and each succeeding generation appears to carry on the tradition. My father played football for Holyport in the centre-half position well before the First World War. And indeed the family album boasts of a Holyport football team photograph taken around that time. Also included in that photograph are some of the Good family and a reverend gentleman from the parish. Incidentally, in those days the village side played in Barrett's Field, which I'm happy to say is still there today. In these days of high-pressure property developing, that must be a minor miracle. Should you wish to discover it, and indeed a public footpath will take you through it, you must first go to Moneyrow Green. You will find the entrance to the field directly opposite Bartlett's Lane between Moneyrow Cottage and another little cottage called Huston. At the back of Barrett's is another interesting field known to everyone of my generation as Anne Powney's. Now I firmly believe that at some time in our long village history a house stood in this small field which was owned, or perhaps just lived in, by a woman called Anne Powney. Right or wrong? Well, we would certainly have to go back over the years, and with so little of Holyport's history recorded for posterity, we might never find out. Of one thing I am sure, that the best blackberries and mushrooms always grew in this field, and perhaps they still do. Now, Bartlett's Lane in my time, and for many years before, was called Cabbage Stump Lane, and for a very good reason. It was the great dumping ground for all the garden waste in the immediate area. But then, of course, it was just a winding cart track of a road full of potholes, which led to Bourne Bridge, with very few houses about. We children would often wander that way, not, I hasten to add, to empty our rubbish, but because it was the home of the most marvellous white violets, which grew on the banks of the ditches in great profusion. As we are, shall we say, in the Money Row Green area, perhaps it is a good time to recall the great days of the allotments. These allotments were rented from the council on a yearly basis, and the majority of men would spend all their leisure time working on their 10 or 15 poles of land. In the long summer evenings, it would be possible to see as many as 50 or 60 of the village menfolk hard at it, and when the time came for the crops to be gathered, the whole family would lend a hand. My father had such an allotment, on which he grew enough vegetables to see us through the long winter months. We were very lucky, really, for the allotments ran down the back of our cottage, with easy access through Aunt Alice's chicken run, where hens' eggs could be found almost anywhere you cared to look, and every day, armed with a bucket, we'd go looking for them. Before the coming of the tap to the allotments, water was drawn in buckets from the cut some 300 yards away. That was our job, my sisters, my brothers and mine, in the long hot summers, a job which I remember with much pain, for it was extremely hard work for a not too enthusiastic young girl, and my father could be a very hard taskmaster. It was much more fun looking for nests of young mice among the grass of the paths which crisscrossed the allotments. Again, this place of happy memories and aching backs has dwindled away now. Nothing remains. But with the prices of vegetables as they are today, some of our menfolk are once again looking towards the soil, and the allotment could once again come into its own. Cricket was played on the village green for what must surely have been well over 100 years, before the increasing flow of traffic forced the club to move to its new home behind the village hall. It's all rather sad, really, but I suppose it's better that way than for some unfortunate fieldsman to be killed by a car while trying to save a boundary. In my grandfather's time, quoits was the leisure pursuit of the village lads. The pitch was outside the George, but I cannot, in all honesty, recall it being played, certainly not in any competitive form. Perhaps it might not be a bad idea to bring back the noble art of quoits to our village life. As for my grandmother, well, she had the most wonderful memories of learning to dance on the village green to the tune of the fiddle, which really must have been in the early part of Queen Victoria's reign, if not before. Should any be alive today who remember learning to dance on the village green to the tune of the fiddle, I'd love to hear from them, and seriously, I really do think it's a shame, if not a crime, that the history of our village has gone unrecorded. But perhaps in some small way my simple recollections will help to rectify this. I really do hope so. For most of the village children, one of the most exciting nights of the year was when the mobile cinema paid us a visit. The one I have particular memories of is the showing of that great classic Ben-Hur. This was an open-air performance on the green, with the screens set on the corner by the war shrine. It was a glorious summer night, and we all sat on the grass. I cannot recall how much we paid, but by today's prices it would have been something quite ridiculous. Mind you, it did conk out quite a lot, and everyone shouted and whistled until it got going again. Of course, in the dim and distant past, Holyport had 2 duck ponds, and I expect many of the very old residents of the village can remember the one by Pebbles Court is no longer there. It was situated right in front of that lovely old house, Pebbles Court. Just why it was filled in, I'm not quite sure, but there must have been a good reason. Can you imagine someone trying to do that today? Goodness me, the environmental people would have a small heart attack, wouldn't they? And looking at that fine old house, Pebbles Court, mellowed by the elements of time, it's hard to believe it was never built like that from the beginning. It was, in fact, a collection of workers' cottages, gradually transformed over the years until it is as we see it today. My great-grandmother lived in one of the old cottages and was known locally as Grandma Wells. Another fine old house, which overlooks the village green, Old Tudors, was also a collection of workers' cottages, and I can well remember a family called Fry living in one of them. Mr. Martineau, or Major Martineau as he was known locally, lived in the lodge and had his own private cricket ground at the bottom of Holyport Street. Sadly, like many other things of my childhood, this lovely cricket pitch, which could be found directly opposite the entrance to the Stroud Farm estate, is no more. And the only reminder of its past glory is the decaying red pavilion on the far side of the field. And yet, in my early days, the most famous cricketers from all over the world strode through its doors on their way to the wicket. Many Australian and West Indian touring teams played at the Warren, as it was then known, during Major Martineau's Cricket Week, which was held every summer. Looking across this field now, with its cattle feeding among the tangle of wild grass and thistles, only those of us in advancing years can recall what a beautiful cricket ground it was, with a hallowed square of best Cumberland turf, which was equal to the best in the land, or remember that the great Australian Test player Gregory is reputed to have struck a ball so high and so hard that it cleared the trees at the Stroud Farm road end and ended up where the corner shop stands today. The village folk enjoyed the cricket, sitting on sawn-off tree trunks down one side of the ground. It cost nothing to go in, and many a boy was late getting back to Holyport School as he watched someone like the great P.G.H. Fender of Surrey performing at the wicket. At precisely 1:30 by the pavilion clock, now just a round hole remains, suggesting it was there, Major Martineau would lead his guests through the gardens back to the lodge for lunch. At 10 minutes past 2, the umpires would come, but followed a little later by the fielders and the batsmen. Tea would be taken at 4:30, and the day's play would end at 6:30. I wonder how many children of my time, now in the middle years or beyond, can recall one of the West Indian touring teams who played at the Warren. How, at the end of a day's play, we sent them off with a song. I can see us children now charging up Holyport Street, trying to keep up with the coach and singing at the top of our voices a popular song of the time. Where somebody waits for me, sugar sweet, so are we, bye, bye, blackbird. Whilst in the coach, the West Indian cricketers waved and beamed back, showing gleaming white teeth. These black cricketers always seemed to fascinate us children, for until then they were like creatures from another planet. You read about black men in books, but never ever expected to see one, let alone a dozen, playing cricket in the village. In those far dead days, how were we to know that in years to come the black man would come to our shores and settle in large numbers, and the song we so innocently sang as children would be deemed wrong under the Race Relations Act? Chapter 6. Christmas was quite a happy time, even though we didn't have the expensive gifts the children have today. If we were very lucky, we had an apple, an orange, a bar of chocolate and a bag of sweets, and if some kind person gave us a tin of toffees, well, that was beyond our wildest dreams. Of course, it did mean we had the luxury of a chicken for our Christmas dinner, a turkey being far beyond the means of most cottage homes. Occasionally, some kind employer gave one as a Christmas present, but very few did, I can tell you. Then we would have some tinned fruit or maybe some nuts, for these things appeared in the shops only at Christmas time, and not every family could afford them. One year my father won a goose in a raffle, and it was a wonderful Christmas, but I do remember my mother saying, "Oh, what a lot of grease!" This found its way, I feel sure, onto slices of bread to feed us children long into the new year. Outings at Christmas were very rare indeed, at least in our family. We never had the pleasure of going to see a pantomime, and parties among the poorer families of the village were few and far between, since nearly everyone found it hard to make ends meet anyway without the added problem of feeding other people's children. My father, being a building worker, through no fault of his own, often found himself out of work during the festive season, with only the meagre dole money to struggle by on. However, we did have one particular treat to look forward to, a visit to our Aunt Isabel, who lived in a wonderful thatched cottage on Forest Green Road. This was a ritual every Boxing Day without fail. We'd set out from home to walk there in the partial darkness of the late afternoon to arrive in good time for tea. And we knew exactly what we'd get. Seedy cake, Madeira cake, plain bread and butter, and bread and homemade jam. A very dull and uninteresting tea was had by all. Aunt Isabel was a small Victorian figure with white hair and a long black dress which reached the ground. It was pulled in very tight at the waist. She wore white lace round her neck and a big, spotlessly white apron. She was very abrupt, to say the least, with little or no sense of humour. After tea, and with a glass of homemade elderberry wine clasped in our tiny hands, we waited for our annual treat, the playing of the musical box. As we sat watching, as quiet as little mice, Aunt Isabel unwrapped the precious machine from its black velvet bag. Soon the cottage was alive with the tinkling music, as Aunt put on record after record from the Grand Old Duke of York to Lily of Laguna. But it always ended much too soon, and despite our protests of, "Please, one more, Aunt Isabel," the musical box was whisked away until Boxing Day the following year. Then, as if by some form of consolation, she would give us another small portion of wine, followed by medlars. I'm sure many of you have tasted the delight of a medlar, but for those of you who haven't, perhaps I can describe it. It's actually like a small pear, or perhaps I should say a rotten pear, for that's exactly what it looks like. They grew on a tree in her orchard, and were rare even in those days, so I'm pretty sure they must be almost extinct by now. Then Father would look at his watch and say it was time to go home, with something special to talk about when we got back to school, and looking forward to Boxing Day the following year, when once again we could listen to Aunt Isabel's musical box. Aunt Isabel never married, but lived to a great age in her thatched cottage, seldom ever going out, but surrounded by the things she loved most, her family of dogs, cats, chickens, ducks, and, of course, brewing all kinds of homemade wine. When the time came for her to depart this life, all the treasures she had collected had to be passed on. And to my surprise, she bequeathed her most treasured possession to me, her musical box. Why, I shall never know. But having found the musical box, no one could find the records. Well, not until the very last minute, when everyone had given up hope. They were hidden away under the stairs, all 56 of them. For quite a while the job of clearing Aunt Isabel's effects went on until something rather sad turned up. It was the old lady's wedding trousseau. My mother found it packed neatly in a drawer, every bit most beautifully made by hand, in white lace with pin tucks, etc., but yellow with age. Perhaps that is why she was such a strange, lonely old lady. Was she perhaps jilted at the altar? Crossed in love, perhaps? To this day I have never found out, but perhaps one day I will. One place we liked to go in was Aunt Isabel's toilet, which in the mode of the time was of the earth type, always spotlessly clean with the rough wooden seat scrubbed white. But the walls were the thing. They were covered from floor to ceiling with pictures of birds and flowers, which Aunt had cut out of coloured seed catalogues and magazines. The effect was truly remarkable, for she had carefully worked out a splendid design so that it looked just like wallpaper. It was at this time of the year that we'd go sliding on the frozen ponds. Our favourite place was the lake, which was in one of the fields in front of our house. First we would make sure the ice would bear our weight, and then we would set about sliding from one end to the other, seeing who could cut the biggest marks in the ice. This we called making candles. You could only do this if you had studs in your boots, and most children wore boots in my day in order that they might stand up to the vast amounts of walking we had to do. Mind you, if Father caught us, we were in trouble, for boots, although very cheap by modern standards, were still beyond the pocket of most cottage families and required saving up for. In fact, most got them on the never-never from the tallyman, who called regularly. My word, haven't things changed? For in those days, to get something on tick was very much frowned upon and branded as the poorest of the poor. Now, of course, it's very much an accepted part of living, and I suppose it's true to say that most people are living on credit one way or another. When it was dark, and when we'd had our tea, and wrapped ourselves up well against the cold, we'd set off once again for the lake. But this time we were armed with empty jam jars and a pocket full of household candles. This, by the way, was the standard form of lighting in most of the cottages, together with oil lamps, so they were easy to get hold of and quite cheap, so our parents didn't mind us taking one or two. In fact, it was a recognised thing that every one of the gang brought his own candle for the night's activity, ice hockey. First, we would set the lighted candles in the jam jars and set them round the edge of our lake and toss for sides. Then, with sticks taken from a hedge nearby and an old tin for a puck, play would begin. Soon shrieks of laughter would echo through the crisp, cold air as we slithered over the ice of our floodlit arena, eyes aglow with excitement, as we tried to slide the puck between the opposing team's goalposts, usually 2 coats laid on the ice. Then, all too soon, Mother's familiar voice would come floating across the field, calling us home for supper and bed. For a while we would tarry, and then one by one the candles in the jars were blown out, and we'd make our way home through the darkness to the hole in the hedge opposite the cottage, tired and glowing with youthful good health from our efforts. Mother always managed to have something hot for us to drink, and then we would creep up the stairs to bed with a flickering candle to show us the way. One day, Mother decided it was time that her 3 young children had some religious instruction, and Father, anxious for a little peace and quiet, agreed. And so it was that every Sunday afternoon, come snow, rain or sun, we were ushered off to the tiny Methodist chapel on Holyport Green. It was the meeting place for most children of the area, and it was great fun. In my early days at Sunday school, we always had a yearly treat, a day trip by coach to Burnham Beeches, where, needless to say, we charged about the place like screaming dervishes, stopping only long enough to wolf down the marvellous tea which was always provided. Later on, I remember we used to go to a place called California, which was quite near Wokingham. A dull sort of place, at least in my recollection, even though there was a fun fair and a small zoo to wander round. Then things became much more exciting, and we began to travel much further afield to places like Bognor Regis. Now that really was something. For village children like us, it was like going to the other end of the earth. On this very special day, parents and children would assemble in the chapel for a short service before trooping out with great excitement to the waiting coaches drawn up on the road outside. Now these coaches, called owner-driver, bore little resemblance to the sleek, bright touring coaches we see passing through the village today. Good heavens, no! They had solid rubber tyres and a brown canvas hood which could be rolled to the back of the coach should the weather be warm and sunny. Which meant, of course, that there were no windows along the side to protect you from the wind and rain if you ran into a storm en route. But worst of all, these drab green-painted monsters, which always looked like a relic from the First World War, were always breaking down with overheated engines, so that you were never quite sure whether you would reach Bracknell, let alone Bognor Regis. Perhaps that is why the minister had his little service before we started, to ask the good Lord to look kindly on his flock from Holyport, bound for foreign parts. My goodness, I can remember returning from Bognor Regis on one of these annual trips and running into a sudden summer storm somewhere near Guildford, with great flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. Well, there was pandemonium in the coach, I can tell you, as we sought amid yells and screams to pull forward the canvas hood. Now, it wouldn't have been so bad if we had had one or two of the parents aboard to give us a hand, but we didn't. For in all his wisdom, the minister had seen fit to put all the children in one coach and the parents in the next. So there we were, trying as best we could to give the driver a hand and getting wetter and wetter with every passing minute as we fought to get the wretched thing over our heads. But then the wind got up and started lifting the canvas about, and as more and more wind got into it, it was virtually like a ship's sail. So much so that it took the whole coachload of arms and bodies to hold the thing down, lest it should take off amid the rain-soaked Surrey countryside. Finally, breathless and soaked to the skin, we got it clipped into position. Though shivering with cold, I remember we sang all the way home, until finally we rolled back over Bourne Bridge and drew up amid great cheers on the road outside the chapel, to be united with our worried parents, who fussed around us like anxious hens, and assured the minister that they were quite sure we hadn't all caught our death of cold. Then we would set off home to the four corners of the village, many of the younger ones cradled asleep in their mother's arms, father bringing up the rear with bags, buckets and spades, and a liberal amount of seaweed would hang somewhere on an outside wall, and from which over the next year father would form his considered opinion on what the weather was likely to be. It was quite simple to understand. If the seaweed was damp, it would most surely rain. If it was dry, reasonable weather could be expected, or something like that. We attended the chapel for many years, and then one by one everyone seemed to drift away, until we finally left to join the church and choir at Touch and End. It was most certainly a very thriving popular church in those days, in which the rich and poor of the parish filled the pews every Sunday for divine service. But, like the children drifting away from chapel, the congregation drifted from Touch and End Church until the numbers attending every Sunday could be counted on the fingers of one hand. My sister and I were two of its regulars, and were among the large congregation to attend the very last service to be held in the church before it was closed. The service was conducted by the Reverend Sidney Doran, the then Vicar of Bray, and was, for the few who worshipped there regularly, a very sad occasion. It all seemed strange that so many people had come to see the death of our church, yet could not bother to attend when they were needed most. Will it perhaps be that in years to come they will be able to say, "Touch and End Church? Oh yes, I attended the very last service ever held in the place," as one who has attended a cup final or some other spectacle. It's a hollow remark. It doesn't mean anything. But to my sister and myself and the little knot of people who worshipped there faithfully all our lives, it is something lasting. Our grandparents, parents, uncles and aunts are buried there among the generations of other village folk whose lineage must surely be on the edge of extinction, and they are overlooked not by the once familiar church, the house of God, but by what one can only call a monstrosity of modern architectural conversion. When we heard that our church was being closed, it was a very worrying time indeed. What would happen to the remains of our dear ones resting in peace in the hallowed ground of the churchyard? Were they to be dug up and disposed of, or transferred to some out-of-the-way place which would be difficult to reach without a car? The very thought of it appalled me, I can tell you. But it has not happened, and the burials of those still wishing to lie in the peace of a village churchyard still go on. But for how much longer, I wonder, and that doubt still nags at my mind in its quieter moments. Chapter 7. Spratt's Hill was a lovely place to go in late spring or early summer, for it was here that the cuckoo spits bloomed. This, of course, wasn't its real name, but something we inherited from our parents. Why, I don't know, for this lovely flower was really a type of wild orchid. But I do remember that they always had this kind of dewy spittle on them, so perhaps, in the way of country folk generations before us, unable to read or write, put their own names to plants based on what they saw. And in our little part of heaven on Spratt's Hill, who knows, perhaps in those far-off days, the cuckoo did do strange things to the wild orchid. There must have been thousands of these wild orchids growing on Spratt's Hill, nestling in the grass which always seemed to ripple even in the gentle summer winds. If you looked long enough, it was almost as if you were watching the waves at the seaside. Then a dark cloud would move across, and the picture was gone. I can't really explain the beauty or range of colours this great carpet of wild orchids presented to me, a mere country girl, except, I suppose, to say that the colours ranged from deep purple to almost a pink. And my goodness, if we ever found a pure white one, well, it really was our lucky day. The leaves of the wild orchid were very unusual and fascinated me no end, for they were green with black spots on them. But alas, like so many other things in and around the village, Spratt's Hill, my hill of fond memories, is no more, for it was committed to the plough many years ago, taking with it my beautiful carpet of orchids and my dream waves at the seaside. Our cowslip field was at the back of the Rising Sun public house, and to get there you had to go up the rough cart track which ran, and still does, beside the pub. If you carry along this track, it will lead you eventually to Mount Skippets, of which we talked much earlier on. The real name of the cowslip field was Dawes Meadow, and, like the wild orchids on Spratt's Hill, the lovely yellow cowslip grew here in profusion, giving off the fine, clinging scent which on a late summer evening could be quite overpowering. Then, many years later, they were gone, owing perhaps to pesticide farming which has taken its toll of animal and plants alike. But now these wonderful yellow flowers have once again fought their way back amongst us, and that makes me very happy, for I thought they had gone forever. For what is life without flowers? You know, we children of my time were very lucky, for we knew just where to go for the best wild flowers, ragged robins, king's cups, wood anemone, cornflowers, and stitchwort. We had secret places for collecting primroses and teagles, and the best spots for all kinds of grasses. And no wonder that when it came to the annual Holyport flower show, we always seemed to collect the prizes for the best flower arrangements. We must thank Mother for this, for she always seemed to find us some rather nice stone jars to show our flowers in. In fact, they were her storage jars in which she kept her soda, salt, and washing-up powder. but for this one special day Mother washed them with extra care before letting her 2 excited daughters arrange any flowers at all in them. Then we would depart early on the Saturday morning for the 30-minute walk to the showground in the field by the house called the Filberds to hand in our exhibit. By the time the general public was admitted in the early afternoon, our entry would have been judged, and if you were very lucky, the appropriate card was in position, first, second, third, or highly commended. And needless to say, we were among the first in when the gates to the field were opened at precisely 2 o'clock to see if we'd a prize in the wildflower arrangements. And I must say that I wasn't, as one might say, out of the frame very often. Now, Holyport Flower Show was the day of the year in the village, and everyone, no matter what age, took part in the spirit of the thing. I think that was what was so wonderful about it. The older people seemed to get as much enjoyment out of it as we youngsters did. The weather, if my memory serves me right, was always glorious, and the hooligan element would not be breaking things up for many years hence. Mind you, a few of the village lads did overindulge in the beer tent and fell about among the guy ropes of the tents, but that merely added more fun to the proceedings, and everyone laughed and cheered at their rubbery-legged antics. If the village bobby was there, with his big helmet, pushing his bike around and trousers done up with cycle clips, it was probably in the capacity of an exhibitor rather than the custodian of law and order. You see, everyone, rich or poor, competed against one another in friendly rivalry for the good of the village, and not for any monetary gain, for the prizes were ridiculous, being something of the order of £1 for the first prize. Mind you, you got the cup as well, and that was much more important than money to some folks. There were many classes for showing garden produce, classes for homemade cakes and tarts, another for homemade jams and honey, and so on. In fact, there wasn't very much you couldn't show, providing you grew it or made it yourself. I mean, you could go in for the straightest run of bean, the biggest marrow, the best tray of new potatoes, or the best half-dozen eggs, brown or white. Every variety of cabbage found its way there, as did beetroot, peas, and tomatoes. This, I need hardly tell you, was the day of the allotment holder, when, forsaking overalls and corduroys in favour of Sunday best, they clustered in the beer tents to ponder on why John Smith's run of beans had reached such an enormous length, and what secret fertiliser he'd used, or why old Bill Yates' spuds were so much bigger when the soil on the allotments was all the same. And so it would go on, and would probably carry on until time was called in one of the pubs on the village green. The children of the village schools, well, they competed for prizes in the best handwriting, printing, and painting classes, with such other items as the best collection of wasps stuck on a piece of cardboard. Butterflies were also stuck on pieces of cardboard in the same fashion. These butterflies, I hasten to add, were of the cabbage white variety, and not red admirals or anything like that. We don't seem to see so many white butterflies flitting around our gardens, do we? And I've often wondered whether in our youthful eagerness to win a first prize at the flower show we might have done more damage to the species than we thought. Of course, no village show was complete without the fun fair, and our village was no exception. From early afternoon until late at night, the roundabouts would be grinding out their brash music, which could be heard right out in the remote parts of the village, drawing more and more people to the already overcrowded showground. As the exciting summer's day drew to its close, and the lights of the fairground were switched on, parents would round up their flocks for the walk home. But for many the night was young, and the band in the Working Men's Institute, probably Nobby Hamilton's band called the Nightjars, would be warming up for the dance which would carry on until the wee hours of Sunday morning. Oh, what times we had in this green-painted corrugated hall, which I suppose, looking at our present village hall, was really little more than an oversized tin shed. It stood on a small piece of land directly opposite the entrance to Creswell's farm, and tight against the small stream which runs under the road at that point. Now, this piece of land has never been developed, and will give a clear indication of just how small the old village hall really was. Yet, small as it was the centre for all the activities of the village, providing you sought the permission of the Working Men's Institute first and paid the required fee, in fact very much as we do today if we require to hire our present village hall. Going into the Institute was not one of the brighter experiences of life. It was a dingy, drab place. The timber-clad walls were painted in what must surely have been the only colour in existence in my youth, a sort of brown which had been varnished over. The lighting was simple, 2 or 3 lights with a metal shade hanging down on a length of flex from the roof. The floor was of well-worn timber, which creaked and groaned alarmingly when the dancers really got going on something like the hokey-cokey. It had no air conditioning and was heated by an enormous tortoise stove which stood strapped to the wall on one side. As the night wore on, this black monster would glow red-hot, and with this and the ever-present pall of thick cigarette smoke, most couples would seek the cooler climes of the outside world before returning to the fray. My earliest memories of the place are not very pleasant, so much so that even to this day a cold shiver sets in whenever I think about it. You see, it was here that the school children went for dental treatment, which in those far-flung days left a lot to be desired, I can tell you. The examination by the dentist would take place at school, where he would decide which unfortunate creatures of us would have to attend his torture chamber in the very near future. Whenever Winnie and I were required to go, we would start thinking of how not to, but we always ended up going, as our mother always took us, much to our disgust, I might add, for we had worked out a wonderful plan for being taken ill with school stomach long before the monster got hold of us. But later would come the happy times of the Scouts' concerns, which kept everyone in fits of laughter, especially when they put their popular minstrel show on. I remember to this day one hilarious item they always did, more or less by demand, and that was the operation. They did this behind a curtain, so that all you were watching were shadows, just as you might see someone behind a lighted curtain of a house you walked by. The local scout troop had perfected the art, and I'm sure there must be a name for it. Anyway, they set this screen on the stage, which I think I'm right in saying was just a white sheet supplied by some good-hearted mother for the occasion. The doctor and his team, who were the scoutmaster and some of his troop, went about performing a major stomach operation. First they cut open the stomach with a huge carving knife, much to the dismay of the audience in the darkened hall, who gave forth with cries of, "Oh, my God!" and "You poor thing!" Soon the hall was full of hysterical mirth as the surgeon got to the root of the trouble and began pulling out clocks, strings of sausages, bottles, a frying pan, and goodness knows what else from the poor man's stomach. Soon the audience were almost lying in the aisles with uncontrolled mirth. Perhaps we were easy to please in those days, or were, although very poor, basically a happier race. Well, that's an argument I wouldn't care to answer. Then we had dear old Mr. Pyme and his concert party who came from Maidenhead to entertain us. They always opened the show with the same number, led in by some tinkling piano work. I can see it all now. Here we are again, happy as can be, all good pals and jolly fine company. After the opening bars on the piano, Mr. Pyme and his party stormed on the tiny old stage, dressed up like clowns. He was a firm favourite in the village and entertained us for many years. A mobile cinema would also show films in the Institute, and many a cold winter's night I sat riveted to my seat, watching the antics of Tarzan as he swung through the trees. Perhaps I'm getting old, but they were truly happy, peaceful, and I suppose uncomplicated days. For our demands from life were simple, and greed and unrest had yet to reach the rural villages. It would take a war plus a few years for that to happen. Meanwhile, Holyport would live in peaceful understanding, very close to the soil, a part of my village life I remember with deep affection. It's funny when you try to recall the past, for so many silly little things spring to mind. For instance, at one of the many Saturday night hops, some of the village lads were a bit rowdy, and eventually everything got out of hand, much to the annoyance of the MC and the doorkeepers. After a few moments of heated arguments, the lads were thrown out neck and crop. Well, boys being boys, they resented being thrown out by a couple of old fogies, and decided that if they couldn't enjoy the dance, then no one else would. It must have been about firework time, for going round to the side of the hall, they climbed on the roof and pushed some fireworks down the chimney of the old tortoise stove. Well, you can imagine what happened when they trundled down the stovepipe and made contact with the red-hot coals in a confined space. Bang! Crack! Bang! Well, honestly, the old stove must have jumped a good foot in the air, and the stove top landed a good 3 feet away among elegant dancing feet, white hot. Soon the place was full of choking coke fumes, and a few of the girls were screaming and pushing as they fought to get to the door, for it was a bit scary, I can tell you. But, of course, when we found out what had happened, we all had a jolly good laugh, except those near the stove, who had been nearest the blast and were covered in black dust. In fact, one poor lady in a green dress, now reduced to tears, was like something out of a minstrel show. Very soon afterwards the MC announced that under the circumstances brought about by the louts of the village, he had decided to call the dance off, and he hoped that despite what happened, we'd all turn up in force for the village hop the following Saturday. Life seemed to carry on its own sweet way and to its own pattern. Spring, summer, autumn, winter would come and go. Suddenly, before I knew it, my school days were over and it was time to go out to work. Nearly everyone in my day left school at the age of 14, and I say nearly because there were the exceptions. For instance, if you were really clever and you passed the exams and your parents could afford it, you could go to perhaps the grammar school called Maidenhead County Girls' School. Such was the case that even if I'd been born a pure genius, it wouldn't have mattered a fig, for my father, being a humble scaffolder, could never have afforded it. So, at 14, I heard the words so many of the female side of our family had heard before me. "Right, it's service for you, my girl."
End of Disc 2. Disc 3 of Beyond the Village Green, Chapters 8, 9, 10 and 11.
Chapter 8. And so it was that nearly a month before I was due to leave school, I found myself doing a little Saturday morning job at the house of one of the landed gentry in the village. And I didn't care much for the idea, I can tell you, but Mother had gone to a great deal of trouble to get me in, so I really felt that I'd be letting her down if I didn't go. And besides, I knew she needed every penny she could get. It truly was a sad experience leaving school, for I'd been so happy there. On my very first day there, I'd cried my heart out. Yes, you're quite right. I cried even more when I left. It all seemed so strange that overnight I'd changed from a child to a grown-up person. There were no teenagers then. Work in service was very hard, especially when you were a tender 14-year-old. And what made it even harder to bear was that I had to live away from home, and that was awful. Being so poor, we never ever had a holiday away from home, so I hadn't even slept in a strange bed. Anyway, my first job didn't last too long, I'm happy to say, and I couldn't get away from there quickly enough. My goodness, the things Madam expected me, a 14-year-old, to do, cooking, cleaning, the lot. Well, it was ridiculous. How could any girl straight out of school have such a vast amount of knowledge? Needless to say, when she had to let me go, I was totally unsatisfactory. I felt sorry for Mother, but as I said, good heavens, Mum, what did she expect of me? My second position proved to be much better. It was once again at one of the big houses in the village, the home of one of its most respected families, and it was oh so different. For here everyone treated me with the utmost kindness and understanding. It was now in the late 30s, and the attitude of employers towards their servants had changed considerably since the upstairs-downstairs era. But it was still very hard work with strict discipline. For instance, I had to clean grates, carry hot water to the bedrooms in large brass jugs, which were, believe me, something of the devil to keep clean, for very often the water would splash over the side, leaving rather nasty stains. Taking early morning tea to the bedrooms was another of my jobs. It was made in a beautiful flowered bone china teapot with matching cups and saucers and milk jug. On a plate would be some pieces of daintily cut bread and butter. One of the jobs I didn't relish very much was cleaning my mistress's riding habit, especially in the winter, for bless me, the mud was spattered everywhere, even reaching the innermost points of her riding skirt. Now this particular lady always rode side saddle, a style of riding I have always thought most elegant and greatly admire. But oh dear, the cleaning of it all really was heartbreaking, for the mud stuck like flat cake all over the place. First you had to wash it, then dry it, then brush and brush until it was quite clean. Then, the very next day, she would be away again to the hunting field, and the soul-destroying process of cleaning it would begin all over again when she returned, and poor Mabel was back to jolly old square one. But I must say I did feel rather proud of my work when I saw the master and mistress setting out in the morning for yet another day in the field. For there would be the master, as straight as a die in the saddle, resplendent in his bright red coat, white breeches and black top hat, sitting astride his magnificent white horse. I'm sure this was his favourite mount, for although he had others, this was the one he always went hunting on. And the mistress, well, she was rather stout and didn't have the carriage of the master on a horse, but she looked very dignified with her black habit and black bowler hat fixed firmly to the top of her head. Then they would set off side by side down the gravel drive and out onto the main road. When they returned in the late afternoon, the cleaning and the brushing would start all over again. It was a lovely place to work, and being so young, I did all sorts of jobs and sometimes lots of extra duties. But I didn't mind, for it quite often took me out in the fresh air for a while among the many kinds of animals that were housed in the outbuildings or roamed at will around the rambling old house. I used to get a real surge of happiness when I went out into one of the nearby fields to serve, or rather help serve, tea to the local pony club when they held a gymkhana there. It was marvellous fun to see all the children competing against one another, and then sail into the lemonade and sandwiches like ravenous young wolves. Sometimes the parlour-maid and I would go out into the many chicken runs collecting eggs. It wasn't a normal thing for us to do, but it did give us a break from life indoors, which could at times become quite stifling. The days were pretty long, I hasten to add, starting at 6:30 in the morning and ending only when the dinner table had been cleared and everything washed up and back in its rightful place. If there was a dinner party, then we would have to turn the beds down and put the hot water bottles in, so it could be gone 10 o'clock before we were finally finished, or perhaps later. It was a very, very long day. Goodness me, you were very lucky if you got away then. I can recall one instance when the parlour-maid and myself were called upon to serve soup to departing guests at 2 o'clock in the morning, and just how I kept my eyes open I shall never know. So by the time we'd washed up and put everything back in its place and climbed up the wooden hill to bed, it was nearly 3:30. Just 2.5 hours of sleep before we got up to start another day. And of course we never got overtime pay or anything like that, and certainly no word of thanks for our efforts. And why should we? For we were the property of the master and mistress, at their beck and call 24 hours a day, if need be. And for a very meagre pay, which varied from household to household. By now I was coming up to my 16th birthday, and my pay, plus my keep, was a glorious 4 shillings a week. As a tweenie, or in-between maid, I was required to help the housemaid in the morning and then move on to the parlour-maid to give her a hand. Each day we had 2 uniforms to wear. For instance, in the morning we wore gingham dresses with a mauve check in them, with a stiff white apron, a mob cap, black stockings and shoes. In the afternoon we changed into a brown dress with coffee-coloured muslin collar and cuffs, a small muslin apron, and much lighter coloured stockings than in the morning. It was by any standard a very dainty get-up indeed. The gentry themselves always took great pride in the way their servants were dressed, and in fact it very often happened that your mistress would, out of the goodness of her heart, give you a new set of aprons, collars and cuffs as a Christmas present. This always made us furious, for at that time in a well-established shop in Maidenhead like Ada's you could get them for less than 5 bob the lot. The dinner parties I loved. They were always such grand affairs, and the food that was prepared was out of this world. Well, my particular world anyway. And I became very, very interested when I helped the parlour-maid prepare some of the more exotic dishes, something which never happened when I was with the housemaid during the dreary morning cleaning sessions. In fact, I was brought back 3 times on one black day to sweep the front stairs, which, by all accounts, I hadn't done properly. And then, in a tone of great authority, "Why, may I ask, did you not do this properly in the first place?" Well, of course, there was no answer, for the truth was that I hated the job and just couldn't wait to get back into the dining room with the parlour-maid. It's true I had to clean things in there as well, for there was silver to clean and glasses to clean and polish, and they really had to be cleaned and polished, so much so that they twinkled like jewels when the light caught them. To get this effect, we cleaned the silver and the glasses with plate powder and methylated spirits, and gave them a good rub-up with a piece of chamois leather. The table was always beautifully laid out, and incidentally was also polished to perfection until you could swear that it wasn't wood at all, but a huge glass mirror reflecting everything that was set upon it. On these dinner-party nights we had to wear yet another uniform. It was a lovely cherry-coloured dress, quite long, with muslin collar, cuffs and apron. All these, I must add, had little red spots on them. But not, you understand, just red spots, for these had been embroidered on. The whole effect was finished by a cherry-coloured velvet waistband with yet another smaller piece of cherry-coloured velvet running through the head cap. We felt very smart indeed, and the arriving guests were sometimes taken aback to see the maids looking so colourful, for the standard uniform of the time was either brown or black. The meals were usually of 5 or 6 courses, and my role as a junior member of the staff was to keep the cook informed just how each course was progressing. This was very important, for the dining room was quite away from the kitchen and would give the cook some idea when to dish things up. This, I must tell you, was a case of nip and tuck whenever something like a souffle appeared on the menu, and everyone kept her fingers crossed that it would reach the dining room in a presentable state. For, as anyone with some knowledge of cooking will know, these temperamental things can flop all over the place at the drop of a hat, especially when there is a sudden fall in temperature. My first meeting with a pheasant, which was to be prepared for the table, was not a very pleasant experience. For these birds, like many other game birds, have to be hung for a considerable time. That is to say, they had been shot a long time before and hung in the larder with the entrails left in until they were ripe. Just how cook managed to draw and pluck the feathers off them I don't know, for the smell was something cruel. I just couldn't believe my eyes. Had the cook suddenly lost her reason? When they were cooked, we took them into the dining room covered with a silver cover. And believe me, when the cover was removed, the smell was diabolical. With a look of astonishment on my young face, I said quietly to the parlour-maid, "Surely they're not going to eat that stuff?" She just gave me a look which said, "You stupid girl," and then remarked airily, "Oh, that's all right. It's the right way to eat pheasant, the riper the better." It was the first time that I'd ever heard that rotten was good. Talking of birds, I was always amazed, and a little sad, to see how they cooked poor little woodcocks. All the feathers having been plucked off it, its beak was then stuck into its own breast, and it was served on a square of buttered toast. I was almost in tears the first time I saw one. It was so tiny, and I just couldn't make out how anyone could kill one, let alone eat it on toast. A saddle of lamb, I can recall, was a firm favourite with the family, and when it was on the menu, I would have to carry 2 vegetable dishes, one on each arm, and hand them to the guests, and always in order of precedence. The chief lady guests would be seated on either side of the master, and the chief gentleman guests on either side of the mistress. These were always served first, leaving the hosts until the very last. It was quite a work of art, as you can imagine, for usually hands and heads were bobbing around all over the place. So the trick was to get the vegetables and gravy to them without spilling them over the unfortunate guest. Mishaps did happen, but not very often, I'm happy to say. Afterwards would come the dessert, but first we had to clear the table of cruets, silver, dirty plates, table mats and unused glasses. Well, whenever this particular job was carried out, I was the one who had to hold the huge tray, which got heavier and heavier with every passing second as the parlour-maid swiftly cleared the table. When, with knees almost buckling under the weight, we'd set off for the parlour-maid's pantry. Soon we'd be back in the dining room with pretty flowered plates and fruit knives with mother-of-pearl handles, which we placed in front of each guest. Then we laid out small silk mats embroidered in silver, and finally the finger bowls. These rather nice cut-glass bowls were always filled with water, which had the blooms of small flowers floating on the top for effect. In this particular house, fuchsias and delphinium blooms were used, but of course it would depend on what flowers were in season at the time. And as many of you will already know, they were used, as the name suggests, for relieving your fingers of any sticky feeling whilst grappling with some exotic fruit. But oh, the mounds of washing up we had to do afterwards, and every single bit had to be done by hand. How I hated it, especially those fragile, awkward-shaped glasses. Brandy glasses were my great bogey. I never did come to terms with them, and I must say they tried my patience more than somewhat whenever I had to wash and polish them. Now, in my days in service, it was the recognised thing for the household to make its own salted almonds for the dining table, and what a long job that was, to be sure. First, we had to boil and blanch the almonds, then toss them in olive oil before sprinkling them with salt. After this, they were popped into the oven, and the process of watching them carefully began, for the great fear was that they'd get too brown, and that would never do. We also made pure lemonade from a dozen or so lemons. First they were squeezed into a jug, and then boiled sugar water was poured over them. The end product was a nice, refreshing drink indeed. But with the price of lemons today, we more often than not have to make do with the ready bottle stuff from a nearby shop or supermarket. Anyway, few people have the time to fiddle around with things like that in our fast-moving modern world, where the old-fashioned servants of my day are practically extinct, with a few exceptions, of course. And most of even the richer homes seem to get by with an assortment of daily helps. Chapter 9. I have said earlier that before we ever thought of going to bed, everything had to be in apple pie order, or the wrath of the gods would most certainly be upon us. So, if a large white tablecloth had to be used again, it went into a special press kept for table linen and afternoon tea cloths, to keep the creases in place. Afternoon tea, by the way, was a much smaller affair, and I really wasn't involved in it quite so much. Unless, of course, the parlour-maid was out or on her half-day off, or it was Sunday when it was my turn to be on duty. Quite often at weekends there would be a tennis party, and naturally I was expected to help. A shoot was more often than not arranged for a Saturday, when the menfolk of the household, plus a few guests, would set out for a day's shooting. When they returned, tea would be served in the library. I didn't like these days very much, for they always brought home a pathetic assortment of dead and sometimes terribly mutilated pheasants, rabbits and hares, with the odd wildfowl or two thrown in for good measure. It didn't seem right to me then, any more than it does to me now. For God's sake, how can anyone get enjoyment out of killing defenceless wild animals? I didn't get much free time. No one ever did in service. Just one half-day a week, one full day a month, and every other Sunday afternoon off. And being quite young, I had to be back in the house by 8:30. If, for some reason, I wanted to stay out later, then I had to seek permission from the mistress. And I had to have a jolly good reason for asking, I can tell you. By now, Winnie, my younger sister, was working in another big house just across the road from me, and usually contrived to have the same days off. In summer or winter, Mother always escorted us back to our respective houses, even though it was less than a mile down the road. I think she thought that we might have some sort of passionate romance going on which would prevent us getting back in time. She was quite wrong, of course, but it didn't mean we didn't think about it. Mind you, we were both very glad of Mother's company on a dark winter's night. Not that we were scared of the dark, for being born in the country we had long got used to it, and much of our early childhood had been spent in roaming the fields at night. No, it was something else which we found just a little scary, and it had started from a very early age. It was a huge owl which lived in a broken-down barn in Gabbridge Farm just beside the road. It has long since been demolished, but in the days I am talking about, it was the home of this huge white barn owl. It always came out as twilight was falling, either floating through the air in search of food or sitting in one of the trees near the bridge over the cut, looking down at us with wide, unblinking eyes. Mother always said that even in her young days when she'd moved down from Mount Skippets, a white barn owl could always be seen flying around at dusk. So I think that quite a few generations of them had made their home in the Red Barn. But then they pulled the old barn down, and our beautiful yet frightening feathered friend went, never to return. One thing we looked forward to above all else was the weekly dance in the Institute, and we really did get dressed up. Everyone wore an evening dress with either silver or gold shoes and an evening bag. I had a green taffeta dress with a crinoline skirt embroidered with flowers. Here we mingled with the lads of the village for a few enjoyable hours. But there was a snag. Being juniors, we could not go unless an older member of the staff came with us. And believe me, she kept an eagle eye on what was going on, and any kind of hanky-panky with the village Romeos would certainly get you into hot water with your sometimes rather stuffy chaperone, and a fair old wigging when you got back to the house. Of course, if we were busy with the dinner party, then we might just as well forget about it, for there wasn't a hope of going. And if the mistress was in one of her black moods, she might just decide we couldn't go, even with a trusted chaperone. Christmas in service was even more hectic, a time when every minute of the festive season was devoted to the family celebrations. No one ever went home for Christmas, so it was silly even to contemplate such a thing. But we always had a party later in the week. The thing I remember most about those Christmas days of long ago is running around the dining room with a blazing Christmas pudding. This was well and truly a light, having had more than a liberal amount of brandy poured over it. It was a hard, breathless job, believe me, for I was required to circle the table 3 times before the flame went out, amid loud cheers and much hand-clapping. If I succeeded in my efforts, it was supposed to be very lucky. Another thing I can recall is the huge Christmas tree which stood in the library. It was loaded down with presents, and in the afternoon of Christmas Day, the family and their guests would assemble round it for the distribution of the presents. They were all mixed up together, so that when your name was called, you went up and received it. And the lovely part of it was that there was no distinction between the guests, the family, and the household staff. Everyone was treated exactly the same. Another recollection that springs to mind was the appearance of the Stilton cheese. It always looked like a small yellowish barrel wrapped in a crisp white table napkin. With it would come a sort of long spoon with which to scoop out the cheese. Gradually the middle would be scooped away, and then a glass of port would be poured into it to improve the flavour. It would last for ages, going in and out of the dining room until there was only a shell left. And I can say in all honesty that by the time its life was drawing to a close, it was more than a little mellow, I can tell you. And the parlour-maid, her face screwed in disgust, would say, "I don't know why we bother to carry it back, for I'm sure it could find its way back on its own." Cook, I should mention, was not inclined, food-wise, to give very much away. In fact, one of the gardeners always said that it was because she'd had a good hiding for giving things away when she was a child and had never forgotten it. Well, I don't know about that, but I do know she never ever allowed us a sample of her culinary creations until they were at least a week old. But where there's a will, there's a way, and after all these years I think I can let you into a little secret. We did manage to have a quick little taste during what I suppose could be called the transition period between the dining room and the journey back to the kitchen. And believe me, it's amazing how you can work yourself a tasty morsel or two once you've really applied your mind to it. This is what we would do. One of us would keep a weather eye open should anyone decide to come our way while the other tucked in, making sure not to take too much in case Cook spotted it. This hurried little snack usually took place in the telephone room, where, with our mouths full of food and our fingers crossed, we prayed that the phone wouldn't ring. If it was pheasant or any of the game birds, I never wanted any. But I did taste guinea fowl once, which was served with segments of oranges. And if my memory serves me right, it was quite delicious. Looking back, I think I was lucky, because in service I saw how the rich people lived and behaved at table, which I do feel has helped me enormously in later times. Also, I have tasted with great pleasure food that in normal course of events I could never have known existed, let alone eaten. Some of my old school friends who went into dressmaking and millinery jobs in Maidenhead tended to look down on service work as being very menial and degrading, but I never looked at it in quite the same way. I enjoyed the work and was very happy that Mother had decided to send me to work for such a very nice English family. But by now, although I was not aware of it, my happy yet hard days in domestic service were drawing to a close, at least for the next few years. For the rumblings of war, as yet in Eastern Europe, were getting nearer and nearer, and soon our green and pleasant land too would be at war. But before the lights finally went out over the whole of Europe, I was, like many of the older villagers today, privileged to see the splendid naval funeral of the Marquis of Milford Haven. Now, the Marquis lived at Linden Manor in Holyport, and was a cousin of the reigning monarch King George VI. He was also a high-ranking officer in the Royal Navy, so on his death he was buried with full naval honours. Not only did the King himself attend the funeral, but the then Duke of Kent as well, and many more from the royal household. In fact, it was such an occasion in the village that most people either took a day off from work or were given it by their employers. Even my mistress, who was not given to such acts of generosity, gave me the day off to see it. The burial took place at Windsor Road Cemetery after a service in Bray Church, and I can recall it all so vividly. The coffin was on a gun carriage drawn by sailors and was draped in the Union Jack. On top was a black naval cocked hat and the Marquis's sword. Flanking the gun carriage on either side were 4 high-ranking naval officers in full dress uniform with cocked hats. Following behind came the most distinguished set of mourners in all types of colourful uniforms, including the King and the Duke of Kent. But there were no ladies following, and it appears they felt the need of a car. The cortege was headed by the band of the Royal Marines with muffled drums and playing the Dead March. As you can imagine, in those far-off days, it was a rare privilege to see the monarch so close at hand, and no one was going to miss it. So on that sunny day of April the 14th, 1938, practically the whole of Bray and Holyport were lining the route between Bray Church and Windsor Road Cemetery. I was 18 now, and the Second World War was almost upon us. Soon the villagers, rich and poor alike, would have to dig deep within themselves in order not to forget the great community spirit which would be needed to sustain us in the long, dark years ahead. People began to remember that only 20 years had elapsed since the last German prisoner had left the prison camp at the bottom of Holyport Street. Would yet another such camp find its home amongst us? This was the question we were all asking, as calm and united the village prepared for war. Chapter 10. Thankfully, no prisoner of war camp came back to Holyport. But during the later stages of the conflict, one did emerge in a disused army camp in Kimber's Lane. They were, I believe, Germans, and were a common sight riding through the village on an assortment of old bikes. They also wore the familiar mark of a prisoner on the back of their tunics, a large circle of coloured cloth. They were always most polite and hardly ever got into any trouble. But then, why should they? for they roamed backwards and forwards to work at will without the presence of a single guard to keep an eye on them. Most of them did work on the farms or big gardens in the area and were well looked after. Not for them the deprivation and hardship that our prisoners endured in the camps of Germany and Poland. As often happens, many of these prisoners did not return to their homeland after the war, but stayed on and took an English bride. For, as one of them told my father, there wasn't anything to go home for, as his whole family had been killed in an air raid on Berlin. Perhaps it is a good time to mention that until the German prisoners came to the village in the First World War, the Belgian Arms in Holyport Street was called the Eagle, and indeed the sign hanging outside did depict a large Prussian eagle. And every day, on their daily exercise, the German prisoners would pass it, and saw with great pleasure the chance of getting one over on their British captors. So from then onwards they stopped, and with great pride saluted the Prussian eagle. Well, the locals weren't going to put up with this blatant act of provocation, and so they decided to do something about it, like changing the inn sign. And after much deliberation, they decided on the Belgian Arms. But why the Belgian Arms? You may well ask. And the answer is quite simple, really. For you see, at that particular time of the war, the fighting was taking place in Belgium and going very much in favour of the Allies. History does not, however, record whether the Germans ever solved the riddle of the pub sign and that it was meant as a knock in the old Teutonic eye. Incidentally, a public house or beer house has occupied that site in Holyport Street for well over 200 years, and the present one is typical of the traditional building of the late 16th and early 17th centuries, with whitewashed walls beneath a tiled roof. After war was declared in September 1939 and during the period of the phony war in France, life in the village plodded on in the same old way. So much so that it was hard to believe we were at war at all. But then came Dunkirk and the evacuation of our battered army, and the news that the first of the village was either missing or killed in action. Then we knew we were up against it. War had suddenly been brought home to us. It was a gorgeous summer in 1940 as we waited for the Germans to come. The farmers carried on with the growing of crops and the cottager his garden. More and more men of military age were called up or with youthful impatience volunteered. And a great civilian army was being raised throughout the length and breadth of the land. It was called, as well known now, the Home Guard or Dad's Army. But in those balmy, dangerous days of 1940, it was called the Local Defence Volunteers, or LDV, and anyone between the ages of 16 and 65 could join, with one idea in mind: to give any invading Germans as rough a passage for as long as possible in the defence of our village, should they be foolish enough to try. Old First War veterans dug out their medals and taught the eager young lads how to fire a rifle and throw a grenade. Concrete blockhouses sprung up all over the place, and Mr. Churchill issued to the nation his now famous clarion calls, which came crackling over the air and into the homes of those lucky enough to have a wireless. We did not, I think, have a wireless, but we always seemed to know what was going on. When the Battle of Britain started, it was an everyday occurrence to see the smoke trails of the German bombers high above the village as they headed towards London. Then the Spitfires and Hurricanes would get amongst them, shining like moths as they twisted and turned in mortal combat high above our heads. Soon the sound of rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat-tat from their machine guns could be heard quite distinctly, even though they were thousands of feet up in the sky. Later, the empty cartridge and cannon shell cases would come hurtling down all over the place, so most people, if they were wise, sought cover until the dogfight moved on. Later on would come the night bombing of London, and that was much more frightening, even to a small country village like Holyport. By now, the women folk of the country were being called upon to do their bit, and for the first time in our long and glorious history, they had to register for either the services or war work. I was among the first to register, which resulted in my being sent to work in a factory at Cannon Lane, just off Maidenhead Thicket, which is, apart from a few structural alterations, the same factory that Black & Decker occupy today. In those days, we made parts for lorries and aircraft, and no one today would work in the conditions that we war workers had to work in, I can tell you. The prospect of going to work in a factory after working in domestic service did not excite me one little bit, but I was conscripted into it, so I thought I'd better make the best of a bad job. For one thing, if you started kicking up a fuss, they could quite easily get nasty and pack you off somewhere a long, long way from home, where you lived in a hostel or something. At this job, however hard it might be and however diabolical the conditions of work were, at least I went home after each back-breaking shift. I was soon joined at the factory by my sister, and together we trained for our new jobs in war work. People who'd known us since we were children scoffed and said, "You two won't never take to that kind of work. Bless me, you won't be there more than a week." But they were wrong, for both Winnie and I took to our new jobs like ducks to water and stayed there till the end of the war. But the work was different from what we had been used to, for instead of cleaning and polishing, we were learning how to work machines, how to use spanners, gauges, and how to measure with a micrometer. It was a filthy job, there's no other word to describe it, and we got as black as coal. Brass filings flew off the machines, down our necks and into our shoes, and as often as not they were red hot, and we had perpetual burn marks on neck, face and hands. And painful as it was something you had to live with and eventually get used to. Our bodies were well protected in thick blue boiler suits, and these were, I believe, the brainchild of the managing director, because he felt that young girls bending about verged on the indecent. We always wore caps with a mesh snood to protect the hair and make quite sure it didn't get tangled up in the high-speed revolving machinery. On my arrival, my first impression was that it was very new, and my second was that most of the girls had come from dress shops, grocers' shops, and other serving trades, and of course quite a few like myself who'd been in domestic service. And we all had one thing in common. None of us had ever worked a factory machine in our life before. In those first hesitant days, a great bond of friendship was born between us, which carried through until the end of the war. Everyone had a bike in those days, and we rode to work. It is a journey few would undertake today, I fear, but then we thought nothing of it. We would all meet on Holyport Green and set off in whichever way the wind took us, for sometimes we went via White Waltham, and another day, just for a change, we might go by way of Harvest Hill, down past the Shepherd's Hut public house and out to the Points at Cox Green. Everything has changed so much in that area today that it would be very difficult to explain what it was like in those days, except to say that it was just a long, winding lane which was very dark and scary in the long winter months. We did 1 month on day work from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. plus 1 hour's overtime, and 1 month on nights from 9 p.m. till 7:30 a.m., and so the machines were always clanking away, stopping only for setting up or when some kind of maintenance was due. I think something we always looked forward to was a special programme on the radio which was relayed to the factories in wartime. It was called Music While You Work, and all the tunes of the time were played. White Cliffs of Dover, Don't Go Under the Apple Tree with Anyone Else But Me, When They Play the Last All Clear. Every popular tune had its outing to Music While You Work, and everyone sang it. It lifted your flagging spirits to greater efforts, which was exactly what it was meant to do, of course. Nothing seemed quite as bad when we were singing the popular tunes. But sadly, sometimes the reception wasn't very good, and we could hardly hear it above the roar of the machines, and we were well and truly down in the mouth. One day we had a marvellous surprise. Workers' Playtime was actually presented and relayed live from the factory. It was in our lunch hour, and although I can't remember many of the artists taking part, I'm sure a great favourite of wartime days, Leslie Saroni, took part. But oh, it was fun. As we cycled back and forth in all weathers, summer and winter, our little gang of war workers had some rather exciting experiences. In fact, some are quite spine-chilling. For instance, one cold winter's night, as we were poodling our way to work through the darkness of Kimber's Lane, a blinding flash lit up the sky somewhere over White Waltham way. Then it gradually turned into a bright pinkish colour, followed by a most ghastly explosion. Strange things happened during the war, and the chances were we'd never get to know what it was, and we knew better than to ask too many awkward questions. But this explosion we did find out about, for when the day shift girls got to the factory in the morning, they told us in excited, animated terms just exactly what had happened. It was, they said, one of our heavy bombers, a Lancaster or something, which had been crippled during a raid over Germany and just couldn't make it back to its base further up country. It had come down, so they'd been told, in the big wood at Shottersbrook, killing the entire crew and spreading blazing wreckage over a wide area. Another night, as we trundled through the winter darkness of Kimber's Lane, some idiot in an army jeep tried to run us all down. The first thing we knew was this vehicle coming towards us at high speed and on the wrong side of the road, with not even the customary shaded lights on. With cries of warning to each other, we took drastic evasive action, which ended with us lying in a heap in a muddy ditch with our bikes on top of us, and the air quite blue with curses, I can tell you. When we finally dragged ourselves out and on our way, the jeep and its maniac driver had long since gone on its erratic way down Kimber's Hill towards Bray. Later on, we heard that the jeep and its occupants, an American soldier and his English girlfriend, had been stopped at Windsor and placed in custody on some very serious charge or other. No wonder they were in such a blazing hurry. We always had the greatest difficulty in getting batteries for our cycle lamps, for like many other things in wartime Britain, they were very scarce indeed. So, when we rode back and forth to work during the long winter months, the girls with lights rode on the outside of those without. Well, this worked quite well for some time, but then suddenly, one night, coming home from day work, we ran into a simple yet well-conceived police trap. We had just trundled by a large familiar oak tree when it happened, and one of the rear workers suddenly turned round and saw a torch being flicked on and off, giving warning. But the trap had already been sprung, and a few yards on down the road a special constable was waiting, book in hand. It was a legal but somewhat sneaky thing to do. Now, it's fair to say that not one of the girls carried anything near a proper set of lights, for as I have said, they were like gold dust, and we told the policeman this. But he just didn't want to know. All he kept saying was, "There are plenty of cycle batteries in the town, if only you'd care to look for them." Now, I ask you, how could we possibly go looking for cycle batteries when we were working all day? Did he suppose that we'd be given time off or something? And when we were doing a hard slogging night shift, did he really think we were going to spend our precious sleeping hours wandering round the town looking for batteries? We almost went on our knees to this high and mighty custodian of law and order, but to no avail. One by one, our names went into his book. Anyway, we told ourselves, nothing will become of it. You just wait and see. Well, something did become of it, at least for me, because, would you believe it, I was the only girl to receive a summons to appear in court, charged with riding a bike without a proper light. Well, I was fuming when I told the others. It was all so pathetic. I mean, here we were in the middle of a war, fighting for our very existence, and all the police could do was lie in wait for tired, hungry women war workers to pass without proper lights on. What I was going to do to that brave policeman doesn't bear thinking about. I thought about dressing up a doll and sticking pins in it, especially in the middle of the night when I was slaving in the factory and he was asleep in his bed. But over the years my thoughts have mellowed, and when I see him in the area, as I often do, I don't hold any sort of grudge against him, but I do have a funny feeling sometimes that I do make him just that little bit uncomfortable. And I promise you, I don't even think of sticking pins in dolls any more. Well, as I was saying, out of all the girls I got the summons to appear in court, and harbouring such evil thoughts as I did, I had not the slightest intention of being there. I told my mates and they agreed that the whole thing was grossly unfair. So, after a generous whip-round to pay my fine, whatever it was, we enclosed it with the following. Dear Sir, as a war worker in a factory, I regret I shall not be able to attend the magistrate's court to answer the charge of riding a bicycle without sufficient lights. This is because I am doing night work and therefore need to sleep during the daytime. I would like to plead guilty to the offence and enclose the sum of 10 shillings, which I hope will cover the cost of my fine. Should there be any money over after paying my fine, I would like to donate it to the town's poor box. Yours faithfully, a war worker. Well, our cheek must have paid off, for I was fined only 2 shillings and sixpence, and the poor box was better off by 7 shillings and sixpence. And something else happened. Local garages in the area started to stock up with cycle batteries, exclusively for the use of factory workers on shift work. So our cheeky letter achieved more than we dared hope for. Chapter 11. In the winter, night work in the factory could be very, very cold, and about 3 o'clock in the morning you would see the girls nip away one by one to the toilets for a quick nap. When it became obvious that a goodly proportion of his girls were not at their appointed machines, the foreman would blow his top and send the supervisor in to chase us out. The funny thing was that after the dead hour, everyone seemed to pick up, as a new surge of life seemed to creep into our bodies. Someone would start to sing a song until it was picked up by everyone as the infernal machines clanked on, and the clock began to move faster now towards the magic hour of 7 o'clock and clock-off time. Mind you, whatever the hardship of night work, we always had it just that little bit easier than when we worked the day shift. For a start, there weren't so many bosses fussing around. The atmosphere was much more carefree, and we certainly had much more freedom. But having said all that, we had to work knowing that the Jerry bombers were moving across the night sky, and the chances of getting bombed were always there. Night after night we would have to take refuge in the underground canteen, which served as an air raid shelter, as the sirens wailed out their warning that the Jerrys were approaching the area. Many times nothing happened, and the all clear would go off after a very short time. But there were others, like the night the Yanks had just moved into Holyport and were camped in what is now the part of the M4 which runs past Prior's Pit, or for those who have never heard of Prior's Pit, the stretch of motorway between Holyport Road flyover and the Ascot Road underpass. The M4 had of course been started just before the Second World War and could be seen as a sort of very wide earth track where the huge scraping machines had been at work. Work on the M4 ended there until the end of the war. No flyover was in existence at Holyport Turning, nor was the underpass at the Ascot Road. So if you can picture the M4 as just a wide sort of cart track, then that is what the Yanks saw when they camped there on this particular night. Lorry upon lorry, all with unshaded lights, an invitation the Jerry bombers could not afford to miss should they be overhead at the time. And they were. That night Holyport echoed to the crash of bombs as they straddled the Americans parked along the M4. They were very lucky, for I don't think anyone was killed, but quite a few were injured in the mad panic to get away. And the Yanks had learnt their lesson. Our lookout men at the factory, high on top of the building, had heard the drone of enemy bombers overhead, and then the high-pitched whistle of bombs as they unloaded their deadly cargo. We were very worried, I can tell you, when the lookouts came down and said, "It looks like Holyport's got it tonight, girls." But in the cold light of day on that crisp winter's morning, as we trundled our tired bodies home from night work, we knew long before we got to the Ascot Road that no bombs had fallen on the village itself, and that the unsuspecting Yanks, through their carelessness, had borne the brunt of the attack. In fact, the only visual sign that anything had happened was a wooden fence near Tweenways which was broken down. Later on, the Yanks did a repair job on the fence with some rough boards which had obviously come from some packing cases, for they bore the marks U.S. Army in bold black paint. Incidentally, this hurried repair job remained for quite a long while before a more permanent repair was effected, thus restoring the fence to something like its original self. "Thank heavens you're both safe," said Mother when we got home. "I thought the factory was being bombed." Mother had clearly had a very rough night indeed, and was very tired. Then we remembered she'd been alone, for Father had been on home guard duty at the post in Coningsby Farm at Fifield. "When it started," said Mother, "I just grabbed Lindy Lou," she was our lovely black and white cat, "and crept in the coal cellar under the stairs. The noise was terrible, what with them guns on Dorney Common blasting away, the drone of them Jerry planes overhead, and the explosions when those bombs dropped. Well, I thought the blessed old house was going to fall down. I don't mind telling you two girls I was scared stiff, and so was Lindy Lou." "Well, you just sit down," I said, "and we'll all have a jolly good cup of tea. It's been one of those nights, hasn't it?" Mother seemed to brighten up no end at the prospect. As I put the kettle on the fire and gave it a good rake out, I remember wondering when she'd eaten last and how she'd endured a night alone in the coal cupboard, which was full of the most awful yellow slugs and whopping great spiders. As we drank our tea, Winnie and I told her where the bombs had dropped, and that as far as we knew, no one had been killed, but some of the Yanks had received minor injuries. "Thank heaven for that," whispered Mother, for she had been sure that a lot of people had been killed or injured. By now, every town, village and hamlet in the land was turning its thoughts towards an even greater war effort, and our village was no exception. We had our savings week, our war weapons week, and our Spitfire week to raise more and more money to fight the common enemy. Many of the villagers formed themselves into knitting groups to make socks, scarves, and lovely warm balaclava helmets for the troops. In the grounds of the larger houses, garden parties and fêtes were held, with one object in mind, to make more and more money. No matter where you looked in those historical years, everyone was involved in doing something for the war effort. Do you know, I can remember going to one of the garden parties in the grounds of that fine old house called Chuff's, when a raffle was held for a very small, mysterious-looking prize, which was tied up in brown paper. "My goodness, what the devil is it?" said everyone, and waited eagerly for the lucky number to be drawn out of the hat. Then came a buzz of excitement as the winner began to strip away the wrapping paper, until there it stood in the palm of his hand in all its glory, a small and slightly shrivelled lemon. Now, I suppose if any of us should receive such a prize in a raffle, it would be received with howls of "Shame," "Rubbish," or "How mean can you get?" But not so in wartime, for lemons were like gold dust, as indeed were oranges and bananas. Just how much this particular lemon, which I believe was brought home by a serviceman from the Middle East, raised for the war effort, I don't know, but it must have been quite a considerable amount. You know, it's hard to imagine now that many of the wartime children of tender years didn't know what oranges, bananas and lemons were when they came back to the shops at the end of hostilities. And it was the devil of a job to get them to eat them. And when they were persuaded, half of the children didn't like the taste of them anyway. In fact, the look on some of those kids' faces before they threw them away had to be seen to be believed. I really do believe they thought their mums were trying to poison them or something. One year we had a lovely parade in the village for all those engaged in war work, and we were joined by a contingent from the Canadian Red Cross, who at that time had a big stores depot in the indoor riding school of Smith's Stables. The Royal Corps of Signals, who had taken over the lodge on the green, also took part. We all assembled, I remember, at the Warren end of Holyport Street, before moving up the muddy lane to Holyport Road, headed by what I think was the Waltham St. Lawrence Silver Band, but after all these years I cannot be certain about it. Anyway, at the Holyport Road we turned right past Smith's Stables. To the villagers, the then flourishing riding school was always known as Smith's Stables, but its correct name was the Cadogan Riding School. Like many other things, it has long since gone, and a private housing estate now occupies the site and is called Cadogan Close. The indoor riding school is still in existence today, but regrettably not as a riding school. When the parade reached the village green and the war shrine, the parade was brought to a halt and turned to face Pebbles Court. To the high-ranking Royal Air Force officer, who came through the iron gate by the side of the house, we must surely have looked a motley collection, looking back on the uniforms and dress of the time, and he must have wondered as he walked down the drive through the ranks of brownies drawn up on either side, what on earth there was to inspect. But inspect us he did, pausing here and there to have a little chat, telling us what good work we were doing and to keep it up. Then a wicker basket was produced and pigeons released, each one bearing some kind of message. But where those messages went and to whom, I just cannot recall. Silly, isn't it? I mean, you'd think that on such an important occasion I'd jolly well know where the blessed birds went, but it just shows how fickle the mind can be over a period of 30-odd years. The War Shrine, or as most people call it today, the War Memorial, was a very, very hallowed place in my childhood. Then it became the bus stop for the ever-famous blue bus services. And oh, that it was back with us today. For although they weren't the most luxurious of buses, with their hard, slatted seats and little or no ventilation, they did run a pretty good half-hourly service to and from Maidenhead. And those drivers kept those old buses running through the long winter months in conditions which would have our present-day drivers jacking it in long before the last spasm of winter daylight had gone from the sky. It had to be a really stinking thick fog or 10 feet of snow to stop the blue bus service from operating, I can tell you. And as if that wasn't enough, they would drop each and every one right outside his front door. No one was, I think, ever left standing at the clock tower in Maidenhead. This was the departure and terminating point of the service in my day. But older heads than mine will tell you of the time they left from Grenfell Road. The last bus home always left the clock tower around 10:15 p.m. And I say around, for being the last bus out, the drivers wanted to make sure that everyone was aboard. Time for the cinema crowd to get up from the plaza, now the bingo hall, in Queen Street, and the boys and girls from many a darkened doorway in the station yard to tear themselves away from a last lingering embrace. Needless to say, the last bus from the town to Holyport and beyond was not only full, but humming with noisy, happy, animated conversation after the night out in the big city. In those days, the bus always went down King Street, now blanked off, to the then busy junction at Marlow Road corner. Perhaps we can recall that until the coming of the M4 motorway, all the traffic from the west along the A4 had to thread its way through the centre of the town, now, as we know, blanked off. So it was a very, very busy junction of roads indeed. And of course, at the time I'm talking about, there were no traffic lights. Those would follow many years later. Shopping in the high street in those days was a death-defying occupation, to say the least, as the never-ending stream of heavy lorries, belching out choking, poisonous fumes, gave way to no one, least of all the poor pedestrians. But I seem to have wandered away from what I really wanted to talk about, and that was the war memorial on the village green. Now, as I was saying, it was a very hallowed place indeed, and woe betide any youngster caught clowning around on it. Over the years this has gradually changed, with less and less respect being paid to it. Then, of course, came the most sickening act of vandalism ever committed in the village, when a beautifully carved wooden angel was ripped away from its place on the memorial and deposited, so we are led to believe, in the village duck pond. Well, perhaps in the fullness of time, and in years of greater maturity, the guilty person may have cause to reflect on the actions of his youth. Later on in the war, the American army seemed to take over the village. The lodge beside the green became a convalescent home for the wounded, and the fields now split by the M4 were the main camp. Indeed, the whole area now known as Aysgarth Park was covered in tents and jammed tight with military vehicles of all descriptions. In fact, the whole of the area between the Holyport Road and the Ascot Road was a self-contained, tented town. Baseball was played there, much to the amusement of the locals who'd never seen the like of it before. But then, our game of cricket amused the Yanks even more. As we had to pass by the entrance to the camp on our way to and from work, we would get all sorts of wolf whistles from these sloppy, gum-chewing soldiers intent on making a swift conquest or two. We found it all very flattering and amusing, but most of our little gang, I think, reached the conclusion that if this was a prime selection of the all-American manhood, then we'd settle for an Englishman any time. But of course there were the exceptions, and indeed one of our gang did form one such attachment, and eventually married her Yank and settled in America, or, as it was known then, became a GI bride. Perhaps these Yanks did some good in the village, but honestly, for the life of me, I can't remember what. Certainly nothing in the more charitable sense springs to mind, but I feel sure that there are those in the village today who will disagree with me on that score, especially the publicans of the day, who I suspect had very little to complain about.
End of Disc 3. Disc 4 of Beyond the Village Green, Chapters 12, 13, 14 and 15.
Chapter 12. Holyport Institute, ex-working man's club, my place of happy and also unhappy memories, had by now taken on a wartime role. Here the villagers went to receive ration cards and be issued with gas masks. These were ghastly things to wear, and the order of the day was that all had to carry them with them, whether they were at work or play. Not everyone did, mind you, and of course as the war progressed, people discarded them willy-nilly, but in the early days the fear of a sudden gas attack was very real indeed. Talking about food rationing in wartime, I can recall with remarkable clarity going to work by bus. Now this was a very long, tedious journey, I can tell you. First, we would have to get the blue bus into Maidenhead and then change over to the Thames Valley for the final part of the journey to the factory at Cannon Lane. But it was well worth the effort, for it meant that Winnie and I would be in Maidenhead nice and early on Saturday morning and well in the front of the queue for food. I can't quite remember the full range of rations that we were doled out each week, except that it was 10 pennyworth of meat and 2 ounces of butter. Bread and soap were on ration, and so were clothes. Winnie and I, being factory workers, were lucky enough to get extra bread units and clothing coupons, for as I have said, our jobs were not only dirty but heavy as well. You could get whale meat steaks in the shops, which I believe were quite edible if cooked in the right way, but I must confess to not eating any myself. At least I don't think I did. Many a time we would go to the nursery at Windsor Road and wait for tomatoes. You know, it's hard to believe that the nursery is still there today to remind us of the war years, for so much of our village has been changed and defaced that only the senior citizens can remember it in its most beautiful tranquil period. Yes, it's nice to see something from my childhood still more or less as it was, and one imagines doing quite well in its new role as a garden shop. But sadly, the big elm tree which stood so proudly at the then Windsor Road, Holyport Road crossroads has long since gone. To all and sundry in my youth, and for quite a while after the Second War ended, it was known simply as Big Tree Corner. Here people would wait for the Windsor to Maidenhead bus, more than likely sitting on the wooden seat which was built around the girth of the tree. Perhaps we can recall that before the coming of the M4 and the flyover, Holyport Road went more or less in a straight line to meet the A308 at a point somewhere under the present flyover. The Bray Road was directly opposite and not where it is today. In other words, a perfect, but sometimes very dangerous crossroad. Mother and Aunt Alice, our next-door neighbour, would very often spend hours in the harvest field, gleaning all the loose ears from the corn which had been left when the stooks had been carted away to the farm. You see, like most things, corn for feeding chickens was on ration, and cottagers with only a few birds didn't really qualify at all for a corn ration, so cleaning the fields was a very essential, if not tedious thing to do, if you were to keep your chickens in good health to produce a few eggs. Mother at that time had just a few birds scratching around at the back of the cottage, and Aunt Alice had quite a lot, which free-ranged in a small sort of field at the back of the houses, and where, as I've said before, we hunted for eggs amongst the nettles and brambles. But you could get what was called balancer meal, which, although not very nutritious, did help things along quite a bit. As far back as I can remember, Mother and Aunt Alice had always reared their own chickens, and as very small children we were never happier than when we were helping Aunt Alice with her broods. We would be as busy as bees helping her collect the eggs, and if there happened to be a broody hen sitting in one of the nest boxes, we would have to lift her off. Well, this is more of a job than you might think, I can tell you, for the old birds would ruffle up their feathers in a most aggressive way and stick to the eggs like glue. I don't suppose many of our children today know what a broody hen is. unless they're fortunate enough to have been born on a farm or small holding. And how many, I wonder, have had the pleasure of seeing a mother and her chicks scratching at will in their back gardens? Not many, I'll be bound. One year I remember we had a lovely little black chick, and we called him Mawky, just a bundle of black fluff really, like a baby moorhen. And as we children never called a moorhen by any other name than Mawkies, it just had to be called Mawky. Well, Mawky stayed with us for years and years, long after she'd finished laying eggs. Then one day I found her almost dead, and decided that I had to do something pretty quickly. Gave her a good dose of phosphorine I'd found in the house, thinking that if it did humans good it ought to help poor Mawky. Oh dear. The next morning, when I went to find her, she was missing, and I feared the worst. Then I found her scratching around the woodyard next door, as bright as a new button. My drastic treatment had obviously worked wonders on the old girl. One day, Mother, Winnie and myself, and a small evacuee girl from London, whom we'd taken under our wing, were taking an afternoon stroll near Bourne Bridge. It was a wonderful warm summer's day, with hardly a cloud in the sky, and even though we were at war, right at that moment, everything seemed so peaceful. Then it happened. The air raid sirens from miles around started wailing. Looking up, we could see a long way off the approaching smoke trails of a formation of enemy bombers. Soon a dogfight had developed as the Spitfires and Hurricanes got amongst them. "Quick, under the bridge," said Mother. And so it was that we spent the best part of half an hour huddled under Bourne Bridge, listening to the rat-a-tat-tat of the machine guns high above us. In many respects we were very lucky, for it had been a glorious summer, and the water in the stream was very low, so low in fact that it barely covered our shoes. Gradually the noise of the running air battle above us got fainter and fainter as it moved on nearer to London. But we did not move right away, for experience had told us to stay put until the last of the spent bullets and cannon shells had fallen from the sky. For to be hit by one of these missiles coming down from such a great height would almost certainly be fatal, however remote the chances might be. During this battle, a German plane was shot down, eventually making a forced landing in Windsor Great Park, where the pilot was captured by the military. Yet another enemy plane found its graveyard near the village. This happened during the night bombing of England in the winter of 1940-41. I'm not sure how the plane came to be shot down, for there were conflicting stories about it at the time. Some said it had been caught by a night fighter as it was returning from a bombing mission in the Midlands. Others claimed that it had clearly been shot down by the heavy anti-aircraft battery on Dorney Common. Well, one thing we are sure of, and that is that it crash-landed in a field just off the A308 Windsor to Maidenhead Road, with the young German pilot staying with his crippled aircraft till the end, crawling out just before it went up in flames. The actual spot where it landed was, I believe, in the field directly opposite the entrance to Bray Film Studios. And my word, what a hue and cry there was in the village that night, for the rumour was that the crew had bailed out somewhere over the village and were most certainly armed to the teeth. I think most of the homes in Holyport were locked and bolted that night, with pokers and iron bars near at hand for good measure, as the Home Guards searched the moonlit fields for the German airmen. My brother, who had spent the whole of that night with one of the search parties, confided in me later that everyone had been scared stiff, and the light and shadow cast by the moon played many a trick on the imagination, so much so that they'd seen parachutes and Germans everywhere. Well, as it turned out, no one need have worried very much, for the German airmen had landed many miles away nearer London, and had been picked up without much trouble. Meanwhile, the plane burned furiously for some time, with ammunition exploding all over the place, and then it died away. The following morning, most people found their way to the Windsor Road to look at the remains of the one that didn't get back and grab a bit of the charred remains for a souvenir. Perhaps to tell their grandchildren about the time a real German bomber crashed at Holyport. Another night, Winnie and I were asleep in the early hours of the morning when suddenly a terrible screaming sound made us sit bolt upright in bed, half asleep and half awake. The noise seemed to be getting nearer and nearer, until we thought it must crash through the roof. Then something which I can only say seemed to be on fire hurtled past the bedroom window of the cottage. Seconds later, a dull thud came from somewhere in the field in front. "My God!" said Winnie in a tiny, frightened voice. "What was that?" We could see the glow of a fire. Opening the window, we looked up the road towards the Wheel of Fortune — in those days, of course, it was the Jolly Gardener — and saw that whatever it was had landed in the corner by the pub, setting the hedge on fire, and there was a distinct smell of burning oil. "Well, it couldn't have been a bomb, Win," I said. "There wasn't any explosion." By now the whole row was up and peering out of the windows, trying to fathom what had dropped out of the night sky, and how in the devil it had missed the row of cottages. Next morning the military were all over the place, and they took away the remains of what we found out later to be a petrol bomb, and one of the first to be dropped over England. It was yet another of Hitler's terror weapons, designed to scare the living daylights out of the population. First you got the terrible screaming sound as it hurtled earthwards, then the burning oil which spewed all over the place on impact, which could cause the most diabolical flesh wounds to any unfortunate creature caught in the blast, with the added bonus of burning houses to the ground. It was a devilish weapon, and I shudder to think what would have happened had it struck our cottage that night. I'm pretty sure that 3 of these oil bombs came down that night, as did other people nearby, but we never could find them, so I have no absolute proof. Perhaps it was just our imaginations, or will someone one day find buried 2 unexploded oil bombs? Well, you never know, do you? It's very strange, you know, but at 2 very important turning points in the war, Winnie and I were on night work. One morning, when we came home from work, we were amazed to find the sky almost black with aircraft, stretching away as far as the eye could see. And what a noise they made! Just a constant, heavy drone. Well, we knew something must be up, but it wasn't until we got home and found Mother waiting at the front gate that we knew what it really was. "Well, it started," she said as we got off our bikes. "It's D-Day. They're landing in France." For a few moments we just stood and stared up at the great armada as it droned overhead. Then suddenly we felt very sad, for we knew that many of the girls at the factory had husbands and sweethearts in the forces. Perhaps for all we knew, some of them might already be dead or wounded. Sometimes, during our meal breaks, they would read their letters to us. I think it was because in those hectic, dangerous times we were just like a large family, sharing each other's joy as well as sorrows. My brother at this time was in the army and had been sent to the jungles of Burma. He was only 18, and Mother was worried sick about him. In fact, many people in the village had told Mother that boys of his age should not be out there, and of course this didn't help very much. But it was war, and at the age of 18, it was the time for dying all over the world. What made it worse was that we hadn't heard from Ron for nearly 8 months, and every day poor mother waited for the letter that never came. Finally, she decided that something terrible must have happened to him and made contact with the Red Cross. I'm afraid they could do little to help us. He hadn't been listed as killed, wounded, or even missing. Mother was quite sure that he was dead. Otherwise, he would have written. Then, one morning, coming home from night work, we met a gang of girls going on day work, and we stopped for our usual few minutes' chat, and Winnie and I heard the best news we'd heard for months. It started when one of the girls said, "Have you heard from Ron?" "I'm afraid not," I said, shaking my head. "Well, he's safe, I can tell you that," she said, giving me a sort of knowing grin. "How? I mean, how do you know that?" Somehow I just couldn't believe anyone could know before we did. "Well," she said, "our next-door neighbour has just received a letter from her husband, and he's met up with Ron in a rest camp right up in the north of India somewhere." Winnie and I were so thrilled to hear the news and wondered just how, or even if we should tell Mother at all, for after all it was only hearsay. Supposing it wasn't true, it would be terrible to build up poor Mother's hopes only to find out that he'd been killed after all. Then we realised that it must be true, for the chap who'd met Ron was one of the village lads, so there just couldn't be any suggestion of mistaken identity. I think on that morning, tired as we were from night work, we rode faster than we'd ever ridden before, eager to give Mother the good news. "Mum, Mum, Ron's safe," I found myself saying in an excited, breathless way, long before the cottage door was open. "He's been seen in a rest camp or something, right up in the north of India." Mother, who was busy at the open range, turned slowly, with a sort of vacant expression on her face. Then her lips began to tremble, as if she was trying to say something but couldn't. "It's true, Mum, honest," said Win. "Jim Mole has seen him. He wrote and told his wife about it. He's all right, Mum, honest he is." Tears were already forming in her eyes as she felt for a chair and sat down. "Thank God," she whispered. Then the mental torment of the last few months seemed to drain away from her body. 2 days later, a letter arrived from Ron, saying that he was safe and well. Shortly afterwards he was sent home on leave, and at first we could hardly believe it was our brother, for he'd lost so much weight since we'd seen him last. I think there were tears all round, I can tell you. Even Father, who wasn't given to too much emotion, found himself dabbing his eyes when he thought no one was looking. Later on, my brother told us all about the lost months and why he couldn't write. It appeared that he'd had quite a rough time up in the jungle, having been cut off by the Japs and unable to get out for some time. Almost his entire platoon had either been killed or captured, and he himself was more than lucky to get out alive. It had been touch and go, and then, by the cruelest of fates, he'd been struck down by malaria. We dreaded the thought of his having to go back, but we knew he must. Meanwhile, we would live every day to its full, as a family, and not think too deeply about the future. Well, not just yet. Chapter 13. Having decided to go to work by bus one evening, the gang thought it might be a good idea if we walked home from work in the morning. It was a crisp morning in early spring, and the object of the exercise was to collect some primroses and violets en route. At first we decided to take a short cut across the fields, but on reflection we decided to keep to the main road. As we walked by the top of the golf course, we saw the most marvellous cluster of violets we just had to have, and were about to pick them when, a few yards away, sitting very still, was this tiny little rabbit. As we got nearer to it, we knew something must be wrong, for it made no attempt to run away. We soon discovered the reason why. The poor little thing was caught in a snare. Now, none of us had the slightest idea how to release a snare, even though we were born and bred in the country. And to make matters worse, the poor little rabbit began at last to make some effort to get away, being rightly scared out of its poor little skin. As it did so, the noose was gradually getting tighter and tighter. After some effort, we did manage to get it free, and threw the snare away where it could do no more harm. Much to our delight, away hopped our cuddly bunny as though nothing had happened. I often wonder whether he lived to a ripe old age. Some of the girls said he wouldn't, as he had the smell of humans on him, and the other rabbits would disown him. I'm not sure whether that's true or not. I certainly hope not, for he was such a lovely little thing. I do hope he lived. By now the war was drawing to its terrible end, with our troops fighting almost in the fatherland itself. It's only a matter of time before the Germans give in, it was said. Then, one night, it happened. The usual crowd of us were on night work, and the late-night music while you work programme was blaring out from the speakers high above our heads. Then suddenly it faded away amid loud moans and groans from the girls. At first we thought it was just a sort of temporary breakdown in the transmission, as very often happened. So no one was really prepared for the special announcement that followed. Then we learned that the Allied and Russian armies had reached Berlin, and Hitler was believed to be dead. To all intents and purposes, the war in Europe was virtually over. To the girls in the factory who had slaved through those long years, it didn't seem possible, and it took quite a few minutes for it to sink in. Then someone started cheering, and everyone joined in until the whole factory resounded to cheer after cheer. The war would soon be over. Tears of happiness flowed from many an eye as once again we turned our thoughts to the job in hand, the production of war weapons. For Winnie and me, though, the war was not over, and our thoughts turned to the other side of the world, to the steaming, disease-infested jungles of Burma, where our brother and thousands like him were still fighting against the yellow men from Japan. And from what we'd heard, Ron, who'd spent 6 weeks' leave at home, was now back somewhere up in the jungle and engaged in the assault on the great Japanese fortress at Mandalay. And somehow, although we kept a brave face, there were fears, deep-rooted fears, that he would never come home again. For Mother, as some mothers often do, had in the darkness of night, in what was more than a dream, seen our brother lying in the jungle and calling her name and very badly wounded. It was about this time that Field Marshal Montgomery, one of the great Allied commanders, was given the freedom of Maidenhead in honour of his great achievements on the battlefield. Well, Winnie and I were still on night work, and by rights should have been in bed, but we weren't, not on your life. If Monty was coming to Maidenhead, then we would be there to swell the crowds and cheer our great national hero. So on that historical day, Winnie and yours truly were in position on the chapel arches, tired out from our efforts of the night before, but we pushed our fatigue to the back of our minds. Sleep would come willingly later. Now all that mattered was to give old Monty an extra special cheer when he went by. We had a marvellous view of Monty as he went by, standing up in the beautiful open-topped Rolls-Royce, and I couldn't help thinking that he looked a regular English gentleman. And of course, to everyone's delight, he wore his famous black beret. Having seen him pass on his way to a lunch arranged in his honour at the old town hall, we decided to join the hundreds waiting to give him another cheer or two when he came out again after the lunch was over. I think the celebrations went on in the town for more or less the whole day, at least for some of the lucky ones. But for 2 dog-tired factory workers, it was home to snatch a few hours' sleep before we set out for yet another slogging night shift. Now everything we made would be flowing out to the Far East, we thought, as we fought to keep our eyes open throughout that long night. This was our war, and the Japanese had better know it. But little did we know that the terrible atom bomb was already in existence and soon to be dropped on Japan, which brought the war in the Far East to an end virtually overnight. When it happened, Winnie and I were taking a well-earned holiday in Torquay. I shall always remember that day. There we were, just sitting in Goodrington Gardens, when someone rushed in shouting, "It's over! The war against the Japs is over! It's over! It's over!" Just as had happened in the factory, it took quite a few minutes for the reality of it to creep into our minds. Then, covering my face with my hands, I said a silent prayer. Later, back at our lodgings, I remember looking at Ron's photograph and saying very quietly, "Thank God, please be safe and well, please for Mum's sake." Shortly after this, I left the factory, for Mother had been struck down with a stroke and was very seriously ill. Winnie left at the same time, but this was only temporary, for as Mother improved in health, but as yet unable to speak properly, Winnie returned to the factory and full-time employment. But for me, the eldest, it would be a long time before I could do that, as it was more or less a full-time job looking after poor Mother. However, I did find myself a morning job doing housework, and so it was that I found myself back in service, working at a dancing college which had moved into Rawdon Hall after being evacuated from somewhere in London. The parlour-maid of my early days in service had also found work there, and like me, she too was only doing part-time. Naturally, we were thrilled to see each other after such a long time, and had much to tell each other. What with Mother being so ill, I'd sort of felt that the bottom had dropped out of my world, and I suppose, in a way, I was feeling a little bitter about everything in general. Suddenly, here was a girl to whom I could talk about happier days, and things didn't look quite so bleak. My particular job at the college was to clean the students' dormitories, and I must say that the work didn't come any easier than when some years earlier I'd got the wigging of my life for not doing the job properly. But of one thing I was quite sure. No matter how much I hated housework, and indeed it only lasted a few hours each morning, I was earning a wage and not so reliant on other people to keep me. Now, the young ladies at the dancing college were, with the odd exception, in their late teens, and some, I was very soon to find out, came from some very titled families of the realm. These girls, I felt, didn't take the thing seriously, and I somehow got the feeling that they had been sent there until such a time as their parents could find suitable husbands for them. Perhaps you think that's being a little unkind, but believe me, if you'd seen some of these girls at work trying to perform to the music set out for them, you would have quickly come to the conclusion that the whole thing was a waste of time and money. But having said that, I hasten to add that I know even less about ballet now than I did then. But of course, as someone said at the time, not all of the girls wanted to become ballerinas, and they were there to get teaching qualifications only, which was a different thing altogether. But 1 or 2 of the girls had actually tried to get into the Sadler's Wells Ballet Company, but had been turned down because they were too tall. I grew to like the job very much, For the house, as the girls went through their daily routine of exercise after exercise, was always resounding with beautiful piano music played, as one would expect, by a very brilliant pianist. Rawdon Hall was then very much as it is today, with its fine external ornate woodwork. But what of the inside? Well, I can't really answer that with any certainty, for I have never set foot in the place since I worked there some 30-odd years ago. And do people who have lived there and moved on, or the present owners, ever get the strange feeling that I always had about certain parts of the house? I had the strange feeling that it might be haunted, and just dreaded going up a rather winding back stairway, even in broad daylight. It was at the top of these stairs that some of the girls had a dormitory in what was the old nursery, and was isolated from the rest of the house. It wasn't so bad in term time, because the students were always somewhere around, but during the holidays, when the rambling old house was more or less empty, I always had the feeling of some presence or other, and that someone or something I couldn't see was watching me. One day, I told myself, you're going to round the bend in the stairs and come face to face with it. But of course I never did, and after only a short stay in Rawdon Hall, the college moved to the lodge on the village green, and I was more than happy, I can tell you. Chapter 14. After being occupied first by the British, then by the American troops, the lodge was in an appalling state. Good heavens, the mess and rubbish we had to move! Then came the mammoth task of scrubbing the place from top to bottom. This was done by myself and the parlour-maid throughout many a long, weary day, for although I was only engaged in the mornings, I just had to work in the afternoon to get the job finished, and in doing so left poor mother alone for longer than I'd ever intended. Later on, the matron took on more staff as the college expanded, and more students were taken on. Then, of course, I reverted to what I'd always intended to do, work the few hours in the morning and spend the rest of the time looking after mother, who by this time, thankfully, was able to do little things for herself. But there were the exceptions when the students held some kind of mad function. Then I would be required to go back in the evening and help out. This meant extra money for me, and was sorely needed, believe me. As you can imagine, I spent many a long hour scrubbing away in the house all on my own, and it didn't worry me one little bit. Something I could never have done in Rawdon Hall. This time I had the feeling of warmth and happiness, and I wasn't wrong. As more and more students arrived at the lodge, so the pressure of work increased. But if our work was hard, these poor girls worked even harder, charging straight from one class to the other, sometimes dragging on a change of costume as they went, until at the end of it all they were flopping all over the place like colourful drooping flowers. And of course they had many other studies to work at: anatomy, movement, learning music, natural movement, and much, much more. So the 3-year course which the girls did was a very stiff one indeed. And every year, in July, a passing-out ball would be held for the 3rd-year students. This was a great evening, and all the girls would wear the most beautiful evening dresses. And not to be outdone, their escorts would be equally resplendent in evening dress. Quite a lot of these handsome escorts, I remember, came from the military academy at Sandhurst. Meanwhile, outside, attracted by the hustle and bustle, the noise of the band from within and the steady flow of well-dressed people to the front entrance, and driven on by more than a touch of curiosity, the children of the village would be edging closer to the nearest window for a crafty peep in. And there they would remain until some eagle-eyed member of the staff would shout, "I spy strangers," thus sending the children scuttling away like frightened rabbits to the 4 corners of the village green. We, the staff, were always on duty at these functions, and more often than not until the early hours of the following morning. But it was always great fun, even though we were completely washed out at the end of it all. A good swing band was always present, and the food was fantastic. This, by the way, was always supplied by the third-year students who were leaving, and of course Cook, who really was a dear, always came up trumps. One or two of the village Romeos did manage to cross the hallowed portals of the college, but by invitation only, and by all accounts had a whale of a time. Well, bless me, who wouldn't, with a never-ending flow of free drink and a room alive with pretty young girls? Mind you, having got there, I think some of the lads found themselves just a wee bit out of their depth, and were expected to play the gentleman, however much drink they might have consumed. Now, the Halloween party was given by the first-year students to the principal, staff and their fellow students, and it was a mad, mad affair. I can remember going on duty at one of these cranky parties only to find all the doors sealed up and having to crawl in through one of the windows. Ah, but that wasn't the end of it. Goodness me, no. For having dragged myself through the window, I found myself being taken along a very eerie tunnel which the girls had constructed along the whole length of the downstairs corridor. As you can imagine, I hadn't expected this, even though I should have expected it, for after all it was Halloween, and the students were mad enough to do almost anything. Anyway, there I was in this horrible tunnel, lit by a few flickering candles, feeling very apprehensive indeed. Soon I had the sensation of dangling cobwebs flicking across my face as my unseen companion propelled me forward, when we came across a grinning skeleton dangling from the roof, or stumbled across a skull lit by a candle, and a mad laugh came from somewhere behind me. During that walk, which seemed to take hours, we passed by the cellar door. It was open, and at the top of the steps which led down to the boiler room, a young girl was writhing in agony with liberal doses of ketchup all over the place. When she saw me, she sat bolt upright, and in a terrible gurgling voice said, "They killed me at midnight! Oh, they killed me at midnight!" Then, with a long, drawn-out twitch and more gurgling, she fell to the floor. Behind me, the creature, who I now suppose was a witch, gave yet another cackling laugh. Was I, too, to be killed? Well, I must confess the thought did flash through my mind more than once during my scary walk through the tunnel, past dead bats and jumbo-sized rats with yellow staring eyes and huge teeth. Suddenly, I was aware of weird music which seemed to be coming out of the very walls themselves. Then a door opened and I was pushed through it. I had no idea where I was, for I was surrounded by the most gruesome set of witches anyone would ever wish to meet, and for a few seconds I more or less had to pinch myself just to make sure I wasn't in the throes of one of my most violent nightmares. I mean, could these evil-looking creatures with long, blood-red, talon-like fingernails and horrid-looking stuff dangling from their ears and nose really be refined young lady students? Well, right at that moment I wasn't quite sure. But of one thing I was sure, that I was in the clutches of those with evil intent, and the little prodding and poking ceremony going on around me was a prelude to something pretty diabolical. After a few minutes I knew the worst, for as the ring of chanting witches parted, I saw it standing in the middle of my highly polished ballroom floor, a boiling cauldron of vile coloured liquid. "Oh, no!" I shouted. "How could you?" Now let me say that my sudden exclamation was not the reaction of one who sees oneself being dunked in a cauldron of boiling liquid, but of a humble daily cleaner who'd spent hours and hours bringing that blessed ballroom floor to almost perfection, and I couldn't see how anyone could bring themselves to abuse it in such a way, even if it was a Halloween party. But on reflection, of course, one has to remember that the students had probably never and would never be called upon to do such menial tasks. So how could they possibly be expected to know just how hard to have worked to keep it cleaned and polished? As I have said, the students prepared all their own food for the Halloween party, and if you ignored the notices displayed beside each item, it was very good indeed. I mean, you could have frog spawn soup, batwing and cress sandwiches, toad's liver pâté, jelly newt's delight, and many more which over the years have slipped my memory. It really was a night of complete and utter madness. The episode with the cauldron brings to mind another time when I really did blow my top, when, as a dining room maid, I went to work in the morning after one of the students' parties and found they had erected a water fountain on my dining room floor, of all places. It wouldn't have been so bad if they'd turned the blessed thing off, but they hadn't. So when I arrived on that fateful morning, the place was swimming in water. What had happened was this. Having made their fountain in the middle of my dining room floor, they'd connected a hose pipe to it and taken it out through an open window to a tap in the yard outside. Now, as the water from the small fountain fell, it dropped into a bath, which should have prevented it from going over the polished floor. Well, it didn't quite work like that, for someone forgot to turn it off at the end of the evening, and very gradually the bath got full and overflowed all over my precious floor. So by the time I got into work, it had been trickling on its merry way for hours. It was too much, and quite frankly, with a sudden rush of blood to the head, I simply went bananas. Well, who wouldn't? I mean, to see your lovely floor, on which you'd lavish many hours of elbow grease, suddenly looking like a disaster area after the floods have subsided, would be enough to try the patience of a saint. Needless to say, the students, knowing how I felt, gave me a very wide berth for the next few days, as I laboured to get the floor back to some semblance of its former self. Later on, when time, so to speak, had healed all wounds, the flooded dining room floor became something of a standing joke in the college. And many a girl would sidle up, eyes full of devilment, and say, "Hey, Mabel, remember the time we made a fountain on your polished floor?" Then she'd beat a hasty retreat for the nearest door before I crowned her with the nearest available object. For you see, although the anger had long since gone out of me, it wasn't something I cared to be reminded about too often. But really, I was so proud of that dining room, with its tables and chairs which were so highly polished that they glistened like mirrors, with placemats and glasses set in position on all the tables. And everyone knew I took great pride in my work, so it was a bit unkind of the girls to keep reminding me of the unfortunate incident. And of course, being that kind of college, the girls at mealtimes just couldn't sit any old where in the dining room. Good gracious, no. Each set of students, depending on what year they were, had to sit at their own respective tables. For instance, the first-year girls sat by the door, the second and third year right next to the table of the principal and teaching staff. And that's how everyone stayed until the following year, when the third-year students left and everyone moved up a grade. Then the new girls would find themselves at the table by the door. I think most people living in or around the village at that time will agree that the girls at the dancing college added more than a little colour and charm to the village. They mingled with the local folk and gave dancing lessons to the village children and the many schools in the area. As the village gradually returned to its peacetime role and the menfolk returned from the horrors of war, cricket once again came to the village green, and it was great fun. The girls from the dancing college would sit out on the balcony of the lodge and watch the boys play cricket, imploring them with shouts and animated gestures to hit the ball as hard as they could over the wall and onto the white-painted balcony where they were sitting. If the batsman did succeed in his endeavours and land the ball on the balcony, it would be greeted by a great round of girlish cheers. To add further to the fun, the girls would keep the ball until, cap in hand, one of the fielders begged for its return. My brother, who played cricket on the green for many years and was considered to be one of the best sloggers of the ball at the time, often obliged the crowd in the balcony seats, which I suspect did great things for his ego. Indeed, I forget just how many times I passed on secret messages for him. Those were wonderful years. They really were. The annual village fair, which is now one of our big attractions of the year, was founded around this time, or should I say reborn, for a village fair had been held on the green many years before, and as sometimes happens, it had died out. And so it was that after a great deal of thought, a few dedicated villagers set about to revive it. So successful were they that today Holyport Village Fair is well known in the far reaches of our lovely country. In those early days, the students at the college had a whale of a time, but I don't think the principal was overjoyed at the idea of her brood rampaging about the village green amongst the local peasantry who had drifted in from all points of the compass looking for a good time and pretty girls. And without being too unkind to the village girls, the prettiest and well-dressed creatures always seemed to slink out through the front gates of the lodge. And while I'm talking about dancing, I do wish we'd had a little expert advice and instruction in my school days, for then perhaps we just might have had a little more confidence in our dancing displays, which we gave every year at the fête, which was held in the grounds of that lovely house, Foxley Manor, in aid of Bray Nursing Association. Looking back, I don't think it was quite fair, really, for the girls of Touch and End School were required to follow the masterly efforts of one of the best-known dancing schools in the area. For after all, we only did what most village schools seemed to do at the time, a set of country dances. Anyway, there we were, all tensed up and butterflies in our stomachs, waiting to go on. Partially hidden by a yew hedge, we watched in awe as the pupils of the dancing school went through their routine, floating around the place like so many pieces of gaily coloured gossamer. It really was absolute perfection. Well, I need hardly tell you how our little gang of country maidens felt, except to say that as far as I was concerned, the earth couldn't open up quickly enough and swallow me up, for I knew that in a short space of time we would be performing for all to see the dance of the village clodhoppers, even though the head-mistress seemed to be oozing with confidence. Finally, to much applause, the nymphs and sprites from the dancing school left the scene, and we, the country dancers, took over. A polite ripple of hand-clapping greeted us, then a long, drawn-out silence. The music started, and away we went into our first dance, cavorting all over the place to a very shaky start indeed. After a while and frantic hand signals from the headmistress, we seemed to get it together, and I suppose to the assembled gathering of local dignitaries headed by the parson we were worthy of applause, for when we finally skipped on our merry way back behind the yew hedge, a great burst of hand-clapping broke out, and then before we had time to get our breath back, the headmistress, her face as bright as a harvest moon, was shooing us back to take a bow for all the world as if we were a herd of cattle. Mother thought we'd done wonderfully well, and remarked how skinny the girls from the dancing school were. They looked as if they all needed a damn good meal. So I suppose, despite our shortcomings, we hadn't done so badly after all, and we set about to enjoy the many sideshows which were dotted around the beautiful gardens. Sadly, those gardens which I knew so well have long since gone to make way for the playing fields and buildings which form part of Foxley Manor School as we know it today. Perhaps it is as well to remember the gardens as they were. Weeping willows are the things I remember most, falling down until they gently kissed the well-kept lawns. If you pushed aside the branches, it was like going into a giant wigwam, gently rocked by a warm summer breeze. In here we would play games of hide-and-seek until Mother rounded us up for the short walk home. There was a beautiful ornamental stream with humped-backed bridges crossing it at various points. Another place of great interest was the aviary, full of gaily coloured birds. It was a wonderful place for children to wander in, and it was indeed treated with the utmost respect by all. It was a privilege no one dared abuse, lest it should be taken away. Of course, a fete is held at Foxley Manor School every year, but in nowhere near the tranquil surroundings that I knew. But as everyone in the village is aware, it is for a very worthy cause, just as it was in my youth. So perhaps the beautiful grounds I knew have not been sacrificed in vain. Chapter 15. By now, Mr. and Mrs. Ranger were talking of retirement after many years of service in the village. They were both well past the normal retirement age, and the work involved in running not only the George, but the butcher's shop as well, was proving too much for the old couple. And as the buzz went round the village, nearly everyone was agreed. No one could ever replace old Bob and Edie Ranger. Well, we couldn't have been more wrong, for into the village came Alf and Mrs. Arkle to take over the public house and the butcher's shop. In his gaiters and cord breeches, Alf was a second Bob Ranger, and he would soon find his way into the hearts of the village folk. So too would Mrs. Arkle, sitting in the tiny alcove of the butcher's shop, just as Edie Ranger had done before her. A pleasant lady with a ready smile. In no time at all, it was as if they'd lived in the village all their lives. The cricket club teas were served, as they always had been, in the big room over the bar in the George, prepared in the time-honoured way in the kitchen below by Mrs. Arkle and her team of helpers, and of course that stalwart band of ladies, the wives and sweethearts of the cricket club members. And without a moment's hesitation, I can truly say from experience jolly good teas they were. Tea, homemade cakes, sandwiches of all kinds, cucumber, egg, cheese, tomato, and not least of all, there was plenty to go round. Yes, as visiting teams would testify, you always got a good cricket tea at the George. When King George VI passed away, I was still working at the lodge and can recall it quite clearly. For at the time, Mrs. Langham and myself were wading through a heavy load of washing up after a midday meal. Suddenly, there was a sharp tap-tap on the kitchen window. Sliding up the window, we found ourselves looking into the rugged face of one of the gardeners. "I suppose you've heard the news," he said gravely. Mrs. Langham and I exchanged puzzled looks, then shook our heads. "No? What news? What do you mean?" "Ah, well, the old king's dead. Just heard it on the wireless." "That means we're going to have a queen then," said Mrs. Langham, carefully wiping a plate. "Yes, Queen Elizabeth II, so they say," muttered old White as he ambled off. "Thought you'd like to know." "Yes, thanks. Thanks for telling us, Mr. White." And with that we slid down the window. For some time we washed up in silence, and I think we must have been thinking about the same things. The king who had died, and his daughter who would shortly become queen. The students themselves decided that, despite its being a very cold February, they would go to the lying-in state of the king in Westminster Hall. This meant joining the huge queue of people which at any given time stretched for many hundreds of yards along the embankment. In order to fortify them against the bitter cold, we made up flasks of hot tea and packets of sandwiches for them to carry. It must have taken the girls hours to move slowly forward into the hall and reach the bier where the late king was lying in state. But it was a great moment in history, albeit a very sad one, and had I had the chance to go, I would certainly have gone, even though it meant spending hours in a queue in freezing weather. Now I come to think of it, we heard many things while we were working at our kitchen sink, Mrs. Langham and I, but nothing quite like the noise we heard as the time for the Queen's coronation approached. It had been on all morning, coming and going on the wind, military band music. So when old White the gardener passed, we asked him what on earth it was. "Oh," he said, well, it's some army mass bands practising for the coronation, so I've been told." "Where?" I asked. "Down the back of old Prior's Pit, so they reckon. You know, where they've started cutting that new motorway across." Well, as I've said before, the road had been started before the Second World War, and was nothing more than a beaten track of earth where the diggers had left off, so it couldn't have been much fun to march up and down on that. Anyway, I suppose the military knew what they were up to, and the locals got a free spectacle, so everyone was happy. Coronation Day dawned grey and cold, very cold. In fact, it was hard to believe that it was the month of June. Quite a lot of people might have had a television set to watch the coronation ceremony from Westminster Abbey, or formed parties in someone else's home. But for me, and many, many more, it was ears glued to the radio, spiced with a goodly imagination. I well remember going down to the green later in the day, and it being so cold that I thought to myself, "Heavens, it's going to snow." One of the main attractions on the green was a comic cricket match, in which everyone dressed in outlandish comic clothes, and the women played the men. It was quite hilarious, really, and I did actually play in the women's side, but I must confess I didn't do terribly well. Who actually won this zany match, I've no idea either. Perhaps the cricket club have it in their records. Well, if the afternoon was cold, the evening was colder as we stood around waiting for the roast beef, which was being cooked on a spit, to be served. The spit, I remember, was a smoky, greasy affair, with hot, dripping fat falling into the fire and causing a devil of a smell. No, the cooking of roast beef on Coronation Day on Holyport Green is not one of my pleasanter memories. But thankfully not everyone shared my feelings, and once the meat was cooked and ready to serve, people jostled with good-humoured banter, eager to pay the most exorbitant prices for the honour of having the first slice. When the time came for the dancing college to leave Holyport and return to London, it was a sad day for me, I can tell you. You see, although the work was very hard and not overpaid, some of the happiest days of my life were spent there, and the thought of having to find another job, perhaps in a factory, filled me with utter despair. And I know that many more of the local people on the staff felt the same way too, for they had brought something rather special to the village, something which would be missed by all. Without them, the village was, or would shortly be, a poorer place. No more dancing lessons for the children in the local schools. No more pretty girls sitting on the balcony of the lodge at weekends to puff up the ego of Holyport cricket team. No more music beautifully played on the piano to listen to as I went about my work. And no more mad parties to go back to in the evenings. Even the old house must have missed them as it waited for the arrival of its new residents. Yes, at that time you couldn't imagine life in Holyport without them. Of course, when the word got around to the staff that the college was leaving, no one believed it. "It's all rumour," they said, and went about their work, confident that it would stay in the village forever. I think I wanted to believe that too, but deep in my heart, I knew that pretty soon all of us would be looking for new jobs. And I wasn't wrong. By now the Second World War had been over for quite a few years. The men and the women of the village had returned from war service in all parts of the world. Mostly all the German prisoners of war in the camp at Kimbers Lane had returned home to a fatherland razed to the ground by Allied bombing. But some, as I have mentioned earlier, married and stayed in the village that had been their home for the best part of 4 years. And indeed they are still with us today, as highly respected members of the community. From the prison camps of Germany and Poland, our own lads had been reunited with their families and were in reasonably good health. But those from the Japanese hell camps of the Far East were in an appalling condition. At least one, to my certain knowledge, died shortly after reaching home from the brutal treatment he'd received in Japanese hands. In due course, a roll of honour was compiled and recorded on a newly carved plaque which set in the war shrine beside the names of the other village lads who'd paid the supreme price in the First World War. And although the names recorded mean precious little to those who abuse and vandalise the hallowed portals of the war shrine, to many with longer memories, they died for us and our country village, and as such we remember them. The great silvery barrage balloons which floated high in the sky from long steel cables, thereby protecting the war factories on the Slough trading estate, were also gone. I missed those old, fat, silvery pigs, for throughout the war years they were the first thing I saw when I looked out of my bedroom window in Moneyrow Green. Sometimes glinting in the strong morning sunlight, on other days they would appear as just grey smudges. You know, I often wondered if the crews operating these huge gas bags gave them names. Well, as there were lots of girls on the barrage balloon sites, I feel pretty sure they did. So, slowly and surely, Holyport began to feel its way back to what it was, and what we hoped it always would be, a tranquil Berkshire village. If only we had known. In fact, it would never be the same again, for we were heading for change so quickly that in the slow, measured time of the country folk, it appeared to happen overnight. For a new breed of people were rising up amongst us, Londoners who had been caught in the Holocaust of war and driven from their homes had sought refuge amongst the quiet country dwellers. They found something they did not know existed that they couldn't tear themselves away from. For many, of course, there was no home to go to. So they settled here to become the new country folk, and in doing so brought the frail being it was then into the Holyport we know today. And so it was that new housing estates and private dwellings began to rise from the tousled flower fields and apple orchards of my childhood. And all the while the population was growing with the demand for more and more houses. Holyport was racing towards a township at an alarming rate. Soon the old established families were asking the same question. What is going to happen to us, the country cottagers? When, one by one, they were prized out of their tiny cottages and made to settle against their wishes many miles away on housing estates, they got their answer. "We care not for your predicament, old chap. We're doing very nicely." And so it was, of course, as country cottage after country cottage fell to the property developers, and more bewildered cottagers set out for their council prison camp. As they took the last view of their humble dwelling, they would ask, "But why? What have we done?" It's quite simple. They had outlived their time. They were in the way. And with country cottages at a premium, money can remove almost anything, even human beings. It happened then, and I have reason to believe it goes on today. You know, it's almost as if someone decided to create a new village out of an old village with its own attitudes towards country living. Ah, yes, that's all very well, but first you've got to erase all links with the heritage of the place, and they may stretch back many hundreds of years, as Holyport does. And that means getting rid of the old established families, who in the dark days of yore forged the history of the place by the crook of their backs and the sweat of their brows, not on the set of values that rule our lives today. In short, you can't buy a country cottage and become a countryman overnight. You can't buy your way in either. No, that's not quite true. You can. You offer the landlord the kind of money he can't refuse, and let him worry about getting the tenants out. Oh, he'll do that all right, without a care in the world. He'll just run the property down until the council condemns it, plead poverty, and let the council worry about rehousing the poor old tenants. He couldn't care less where they go, as long as they're out quick. I've seen so many times these plush country cottages which emerge from condemned dwellings, but there aren't many more around. So it could be that we are to be the last of the enforced exiles. Well, having said all that, there are many landlords in the village who have done wonders in some of the cottages, who feel a sense of responsibility towards their old and respected tenants. Some have even allowed the tenant to buy the property. Alas, my landlord is of the run-'em-down, get-'em-out type, and has been for years. So, as Winnie and I wait for the axe to fall, and it cannot be far off, we think of years past and thank God for being allowed to live in such a wonderful village in its more tranquil times, and to have lived amongst its people during what must surely have been its greatest hours of strength and endurance. It will be hard living in a flat without a garden for the first time in our lives, but we will adjust gradually, and we will live with our wonderful store of memories of long life in our tiny country cottage. Perhaps good luck will shine upon us in the twilight of our years, and we will return. I have a sneaking feeling we will, for the good Lord, in all his wisdom, will know that we are country folk, bred and born, and will send us back where we belong, to the lovely village of Holyport.
The end.
Monkey Island Radio.
For your pleasure.